And of course, everything decides to go a little pokey there at the beginning of things, but welcome everybody to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and I hope that you guys are having a really good day. We are, as always, with Jolene. Hello, Jolene.
Hello, hello.
Well, hello to you. So, I hope that everybody out there is ready for something interesting today. Jolene is going to start something new. I'm so excited. So very excited. Tell us about what you're going to be doing today.
I'm going to be beginning. I haven't even started yet. Here's my yarn. Hello, Kit Kat. And then hello, Ollie, of course. I'm going to be crocheting a Cthulhu doll. So I get to start it. I'm going to make a cute version first.
Yay.
And Fox and Bowl says it smells like super duper awesome swag in here.
Hey guys, hey Kit Kat, hello Ollie, hello Fox and Bull. How you guys doing tonight? It's been an interesting day. I'm smelling something weird. Am I smelling something like matches or something like that? I don't know. Somebody's making something or something. I don't know, but it smells...
yeah. Ollie says it smells like burnt toast.
Smells like burnt toast in the house. Okay, that's what I'm smelling. Yeah. So, sorry about the weird noise there. Anyways, yeah, we are here. We are ready to go. I changed my screen layout a little bit here. I'm not satisfied with it at all, but I'll get there. Jolene said that she will make me a little bit of an overlay to work with, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, doing okay. Exhausted, but okay. Collectively having a stroke. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Stroking out from overwhelming swag. Could be interesting. Yeah, so Jolene finished up the bag that she was creating for me yesterday on the stream, which I am so pleased with. Let me show it to you guys here. I have not even pulled my tablet out yet for you guys yet. So like, yeah,
woohoo, you get to see it in the use.
In the wild, yes, indeed. And so this is a nice protective little bag for my tablet to be in. I love it. It's really nice. It's going to keep things a lot safer, so I'm very pleased with it. And I'm going to see if maybe Ollie will convince her to make one for Ollie as well for their tablet. That'd be nice. That could be cool. But anyways, so today I wanted to work a little bit more on the image that I started out with last night because I'm pleased with how it's turning out so far. So we'll see what ends up happening.
Yes, I am his wife.
Yes. Indeed.
I am the real dear heart in the chat, but yes, I am his wife, Jolene. Hi.
Yep, that is my dear sweetheart, my love of my life, the light of my loins and all of that kind of good stuff. So, yeah. I finally convinced her to start streaming with me, which gives you guys something nice to stare at instead of my face. But anyways, yep, indeed. So, yeah, I started this piece yesterday and I thought that I would continue on with it a little bit just to see what else I can build on it. I'm not displeased with how it's turning out so far, although there's a couple of spots that I need to redo. I need to redo that eye because the eye is a little scary to me right now. It's not super bad, but I think I'm going to paint over it and just kind of like start over with it because it's not quite fitting the way that the rest of the face is turning out at this point. Like the face has changed and I didn't touch the eye for a long time. You know what I mean? So it's a little off kilter to me at the moment, but we'll get there with it. Yeah, so we've got a lot of things planned for you. We have a couple of new games that we can play with you guys, and that should be interesting. We not only have the word game, which is pretty fun, but we also have a little bit of marbles action. We have some galactic domination. We have all kinds of fun stuff. So yeah, yay games, exactly. So just really realize the outfit on your painting matches the bag Jolene made for you, right? Yeah, it's pretty close. So yeah, how you guys been doing? What you exhausted from there, Fox and Bull? Did you guys do some of your workouts today, or how did things go with that, if you did? I will say I'm a little tired today, and I'm not sure why. Like, I know I didn't get enough sleep, but then again, I never get enough sleep. That's kind of like my basis of existence, really. But I woke up feeling really cold again, and I don't like that. I actually don't know, but we did a little bit of gardening and ran errands. How about y'all? How's everyone today? Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm a little bit on the tired side today. Thankfully, though, my eyes are not bugging out on me at the moment, so that's good. I should be able to get at least a few things done. And yeah, I woke up really cold, and I'm not sure why that occurred. Like it's been happening. Like this is like twice the past week that's happened. Where I've just
Not
woke
only
up
are you
really
waking up cold, but your body temperature is cold.
Yeah. Like it was in the 95 area, and normally I'm at 97. So I don't know. It's kind of a little bizarre, but otherwise I'm doing okay. I can't complain too loud, right? It doesn't do me any good. So I'm gonna scooch myself forward here just a little bit, so that I can see what I'm doing. But yeah, Jelena's kind of working on some overlays for us to try to see what we can do as far as getting, a nice layout and stuff goes. The layout that I have is like kind of dedicated to the fact that I was doing things alone, but now that we have two of us, we want to work it out so that she has a better say on things too, So so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of paint over this whole eye, and I'm going to restart doing it just to see what I can get to come out. We're going to give it our best shot anyway. Yeah, it was like the perspective on it was really thrown off for me. Do what?
I said, we'll lurk away. They said, Fox and Bull said, going to look for a bit because dinner just got done here, but you're going to be back to harass y'all. So
what you guys having today? Enjoy your dinner. We had burgers and mac and cheese. It was good. It was good. Yeah, I've been kind of like thinking all night about what I needed to do with this, and I hadn't touched it because I was, trying to get things figured for when I kind of came at it fresh again here, So I'm trying to think of what I need to do with it. I got a couple of ideas that might work out a little bit better. You have a question? Sure, what's that? You're killing me. You're killing me.
That will be all, they said.
I'm just getting started and you guys are in it already. I ain't even been on for 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Ollie. Yes, that was a very good question. Kit Kat. Yeah.
You can blame Ollie. You can blame Ollie.
All Ollie's fault.
Sure, you were like, what? I don't remember that part of the movie.
The heck happened to this movie now?
Would have been funny if it was when, I forget his name, steps on the farting rocks. That would have been funny if it was the same time.
I freaking love that movie, man. It's one of my all-time favorite movies.
And Kit Kat says it was right after she ate the peach and it was all quiet.
Well, blame Ollie. It's all their fault. Ollie just loves to make an entrance. Okay, so far this is looking a lot better than what it was, I think. What you guys think? So this is how it is now. This is how it was. It's a lot better. Yeah. A lot more appropriate. We'll run with it.
Ollie says, totally not just doing that so you don't have to paint the eye more. Technically, I
Right.
did tell him last night that the picture I think would look pretty cool with the eye all the way closed, so it's kind of my fault, but
Oh, well, no, I knew that it needed something done, but I wasn't sure what. I kind of wanted to give it like a slitted eye look, but I do think that like with the way that everything's positioned and stuff, the
Blah 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 blah.
Thank you, Kid Cross. I love the derpy ukulele. I love it. I just think that overall, like the slitted or the closed eye look might look a little bit better with this the whole deal here. So the one thing that's kind of like frustrating for me is that I used to be pretty good with doing faces, but I have to like relearn some things because of the way that my vision has changed over time. I have to kind of like relearn faces a little bit better because like I'll be frank with you guys and Ernest. On one coast I'm Frank and on one coast I'm Ernest. Anyways, I don't see faces very well. Like at this stage of my life with my vision the way that it is, faces for me are very washed out. They're very hard, like real life, hard for me to see. So I have not seen a person's face in a long time. And so it's like I'm trying to come at the art again because, again, I gave up art for a long time, and I'm just kind of like going with it again, So I'm trying to relearn some of the things that I need to learn to get things done. So it's a learning process, I guess, but what else can one do, right? We're stuck with what we got. So that's mostly what this is, just kind of like one of those experiments trying to, get things figured out and worked out, all that kind of good stuff. So bear with me, please. It's a little bright. It's a little bit brighter there. All right, let me go ahead and get the bigger picture view here. I also don't usually zoom in a whole lot, but I figured I'd give it a shot here. So I don't know. What do you think on that so far as the changes go? So this is what we started today with as the originator. And then this is what we're at. I think that looks a lot better overall. Starting to come together a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
But I hear the hesitation there.
Kind of like how it started better, but that's just me.
So like with the drama light, you mean, or with the eye?
Go between the two again. Okay, how about this? How about you zoom in? Can you zoom in so I can see it better? Okay, the eye is better, but the drama of the dramatic shading was better before.
There we go. I'm done. Right there.
Now it's turned into a demonic picture. I see.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what I can maybe do. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. Is that better? Because I do like having it smoothed out just a little bit. With the extra...
Okay, we'll leave it still so I can see. Yeah, that's looking better.
Okay. Okay, I'll run with it then. Thank you.
You are welcome, my love.
I haven't even really started on the body or anything here yet either, so.
I mean, that's what you do. You like to perfect one section at a time. Which, smart. Just say you're following your method.
Yeah. Hey Lillian, how you doing? It's nice to see you.
Hello, Lillian.
I'm working on that image that I had going on yesterday, just trying to see what I can do to work it up a little bit more. Jolene made me change the eyes and the face. Just terrible of her. Just terrible. She's making me do things. And she's working on a new project as well, if you want to tell her about it there, Miss Jolene.
I am just now beginning on I'm going to be crocheting Cthulhu. It's going to be a cute Cthulhu. I'm just starting on it. This is going to be his head. I've already frogged it once. So excited for Cthulhu. Look good. I'm glad. Because I'm making this without a pattern, so I've already kind of redone things, realizing I was starting a little too small. So
Frogging it already.
Frogged it already. Yep. You do the same thing whenever you pick up work on a hat again. Do you crochet too, or what do you do?
You got Jolene's attention. Do you crochet too?
I crochet. My dad tried to teach me knitting, but I didn't retain it. I've crocheted a lot more than I've knitted. I started off knitting, and then I did crocheting, hats and blankets and scarves only. Yeah, I started knitting. I started with knitting, and then I went to crocheting. Crocheting is so much easier than knitting. It really is. You're not missing anything. Knitting is a pain in the butt. It really is. If you accidentally mess up on a stitch, you literally have to go back rows to do it. I don't know how far you got with knitting, but yeah, knitting is it's nice. It looks nice and everything, but in the it's a tighter knit, ha ha ha. But it's yeah, it takes so much longer to knit things, and if you mess up, it's so much more of a pain in the ass. Whereas with crocheting, if you mess up and you just messed up with that one stitch you're on, guess what? You could just redo the stitch. You don't have to go back rows and everything, so it's nice. And yeah, hats, blankets, and scarves only. Yeah, so I've not. No, I take it back. I have crocheted a hat before. I crocheted a Luigi hat, but that was a pattern. Like it wasn't like a sock hat or anything.
I can show you the hat actually.
Yeah, you can show the hat. I've done a bunch of blankets. I've done blankets and scarves, both through knitting. But I've done a lot more with. Well, hi, Catamus. Thank you for lurking.
Hi, Cat. How you doing?
The type of crochet I do is amigurumi. I don't know if you've ever looked into that, Lillian. It's really fun. To me, it works a little quicker. I don't know. You can't really do a blanket that way, but
I can't find the Luigi hat.
You can't find the Luigi hat?
No. Sorry, guys. Give me just a moment here. I'm trying to.
I shared it in Fox and Bowls thing.
Yeah. I know, but I could swear I had it saved here too. I don't know where it's at. Oh, yeah, there we go. Got it. Target achieved.
She said, "I really look for something." Yeah, look for something green. Yeah,
it's
a green hat. It should be. Yeah, there you go. And that's me wearing it. Yeah. So I made that for a nephew for Christmas because he's big into anything Mario World, blah blah blah. Yup, so I made the Luigi hat. And then I also made a Sonic doll for another nephew that same Christmas.
Yeah, which I don't have saved, but...
You don't have saved?
No, but I can find it and save it.
It's also on Fox and Bowls thing. I'm not too happy with the Sonic, though. But that's just me. I don't like how the eyes came out. They look a little too...
Right.
Yeah. The rest of it's fine. I'm okay with the rest.
Do you remember where you saved it?
Where I saved
the craft chat and photos. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I'll find it eventually. Oh, Ollie, you shared your Pokemon thing that you created. That looks so cool. It does. It looks so cool. I am not seeing the picture that you shared.
Maybe I didn't share the Sonic to them. I know I shared the Sonic to one of the two.
It's not in there.
Let me look.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's in the it's in our server.
It's in ours, okay.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second, guys. I'll show you the Sonic that she made. It's really cute. It's very cute. I like it a lot. We need to get more of your art in here too, you know? Don't you know now? Been there yet? All right,
I mean, I don't have a whole lot aside from like the bunch of blankets and scarves I've done, but
yeah, I know. There you go. There's the Sonic that you made. He's really cute. I like him. And I'm not even into Sonic, but I like how it came out. It's cute. She does good work. So I have my art samples down in there. I need to have your crochet samples on a little spiral thing. I'm proud of you. Okay. Is that okay? Can a husband be proud of his wife? Gee.
I appreciate it.
Right, exactly. I don't have a choice.
Attention all personnel. The PX invites you to try Corman brand Coffite, because something like coffee is better than no coffee at all.
Coffite, indeed. Everybody should try Coffite at least once. Thank you, Kit Kat. I love that one. I like the little announcements. I enjoy how they came out. Okay. I didn't know I was a part of it, but okay. Oh, I see. Apparently now I'm going to be a Discord moderator. I got the invite to become a Discord moderator.
Oh.
Apparently. Don't know how that happened, but okay. On for Discord itself, like Discord moderator. So like there's moderators on the servers and stuff, but then the Discord itself has moderators as well. So for the whole program.
I know, I'm kind of thinking the same, Lillian.
I see it. It's right there. Discord support. If I complete the test, I will receive access to a control panel and Discord moderator badge in my Discord profile. Ooh, fancy. Fancy. Then I can be one of them fancy schmancy peoples. I will own you.
More like you'll have access to reading what we have on our Discord servers.
Well, yeah. Then I won't get invited to anybody's games. Nobody will want me around then. Like, no, it's the Discord police guy. No. We don't want that guy around. No way. He's evil. Evil. Okay. So I really want to get something done as far as the clothes and stuff goes here. So I'll go ahead and get started on those a little bit too. So let's see. How do I want to work this out? What do I want to do?
So how is everyone's evening going? Is everyone doing good? What all did you all or will you have for dinner? Tell me all the good stuff.
Speak to me.
Good, good. Kit Kat says they're doing good.
We had burgers and mac and cheese for dinner. It was good. Our one kiddo is getting like really into cooking, and he's doing a really good job with it. I enjoy what he's doing.
We're still debating on what to make for dinner for tomorrow. We're thinking either ravioli or beef stew. I know they're kind of similar. They're both kind of. So when I went to the store earlier to get the yarn, Kit Kat says beef stew sounds good. Yeah, it does to me too. Maybe we'll choose that. So when we went to the store earlier, I was getting the yarn. He helped me pick out a yarn. And I told him I was going to do a cute Cthulhu first. So he said, what are you going to do to make him cute? Are you going to add blush to him? Like little blush cheeks? So I'm probably going to add some little blush cheeks. I don't know what else I'm going to do. Right? I don't know what else I'm going to do. And then I found some buttons that will be like perfect for eyes. So I'm excited to use them. Because I wasn't sure what I was going to do for the eyes. Because I don't have any more of the things I used for data. That and they're brassy colored, you know. I'd have to paint them. Which I know, yes, is possible, but I could also use something a little sturdier too.
Right.
And Walmart does not sell safety eyes, so. And the closest place that would is 40 minutes away, and I didn't really want to drive all the way out that way just to get some safety eyes.
Yeah.
When I do the realistic Cthulhu, I was looking this morning for octopus safety eyes on Etsy, and I found some cute ones. They like definitely look realistic and everything. And you can get them in like, oh my goodness, so many sizes. Has good reviews, just like the more recent ones are like, don't have 5 stars because it says it'll be 3 to 5 day shipping, and it ended up being like 3 weeks. So not going to get those right now because I'm not about to wait 3 weeks just for eyes to come in. I'll just use the same eyes that I got for the cute one, and I'll make it work. I will make it work.
It'll be doable.
It'll be doable. It doesn't have to be 100%, realistic or whatever, but I just thought, hey, it'd be cool if I could find something. And they look awesome.
basics on the hair laid out there.
Well, I have not looked up very much. I'm focusing on what I'm doing so much that I look up and it's like, oh, it's kind of giving me like a Mona Lisa vibe, but it's like elf version.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that? Well, hi, witchy woman. Hi.
Hi there, witchy woman. How you doing? It's nice to see you in here. I'm just kind of getting a little bit of a run here on this image that I've been working on. Not sure where it's going to go yet. This is kind of like more of a practice thing for me, because I'm so as you're aware, I talked about this a little bit last night, that I am blind. So one of my weak spots tends to be faces. So the past few days I've been kind of dedicating a lot of time to working primarily faces, doing other things with it too, but just primarily faces to let my eyes my brain retrain a little bit as far as getting the sightline perspective kind of a thing down for me. It's a little weird because the way that my blindness works, I see too much instead of too little. I can actually give you an example here of something. Well, this is my wife's crochet work here, but right here, this is a picture of the moon. And as you can see, there are multiple versions of it all superimposed over each other and stuff. This is how every single object in the world appears to me. It's very difficult for me to deal with sometimes. So the past few months, my eyes have been changing a little bit on me. So I've kind of retrained myself with it a little bit to see like through the new scars and stuff that have appeared. So that's what I've been about, is just kind of working through finding what I can do, so Bull won't let me fight the possums digging up our yard. Well, why not? Bull, that's terrible. You must let the man do what he needs to do. You must. It's a
Me in
moral
the
imperative.
corner. I'm the real deer heart. I was the one that got that I donated to your thing.
Yep.
And I just started today. I'm crocheting a cute Cthulhu doll. I have not made one yet, so this is like I'm winging it. I'm not doing any pattern or anything. I'm just doing my thing.
I'll give you an example of the type of stuff that Dearheart Jolene does. So this is an ender dragon that she crocheted together, just to kind of give an example of what she can do. This dude is like really cool, really big, and she did it without any patterns. So she's kind of put everything together that she can without any patterns, and you guys can see a size comparison here. This is a queen-sized bed, so you can get a good viewpoint on how just gobsmacking big this thing really is. Love how it came out, and the person that she gave it to didn't even say thank you, like no gratitude for it whatsoever, just blah. But anyways, so, and then she also did this cute little giraffe here, again without any patterns, just really cute stuff. She's very good at what she does. I love what she does. So yeah, there you go. There's us kind of in a nutshell. There's us in a nutshell. So amigurumi is your weakness. But okay, no, I have to encourage Fox to fight the possums, Bull, because like possums and men, we go hand in hand fighting each other throughout the ages. That's just the way that it is. Speaking of amigurumi, so I'm a big Star Trek fan, and one of the things that Jolene has done for me is she has created amigurumi versions of each of the Star Trek cast who has passed away. So for instance, she made this one here as Scotty for me. I like how that one came out. Gonna turn the music down just a little bit. I just realized that was a little bit loud. Sorry. And then this one here is Dr. McCoy. I like how he came out too. Really cute. And then Leonard Nimoy, Spock, with the little Spock hand and everything. And then she also did one for Data, because Data is one of my favorite characters. So she also did one for Data for me too. So I really like how those came out. So she's really good at like doing the amigurumi stuff and things too. I enjoy her work a lot. Hence the reason why I forced her to come here and do crochet work for you guys too. So let you punch the marsupial. Yeah, I love the little Scotty. Scotty's really cool. So yeah, I'm glad that she's on doing things now because she needs to share her talent with the world. You know, everybody's got their talents that they need to share, and hers definitely falls into the crochet world. She for my drawing tablet, she made this really cool bag out of crochet. This is what she finished up on the stream yesterday to help me have a little bit of protection for it. Because you know it's a sensitive piece of equipment, and unfortunately, because of the way that our room is set up here, I have no real place to put it where it's safe, other than like sitting on the floor and leaning up against the wall. So I asked her if she could like crochet something up that I could use as kind of a protective bag for it, and so that's what she came up with.
You tried to do the thing with yarn and failed so bad. Which one? The crocheting or knitting? Because knitting is more difficult than crocheting.
Yeah, it is. One of the other things that she made for me, I'm not sure how well this is going to show up or not. Let me move my monitor a little bit here so that I can give you a better viewpoint of it maybe. And I'm going to make it so that the camera is bigger because it's like one of those things that you kind of have to see large overall, I guess. And my Stream Deck is suddenly stopping to work. Give me 1 second here. What is the problem here, Stream Deck? Work with me.
You're fine. I got what she said. Crochet.
Is it my Streamlabs having problems? I don't know. Let me see. I'm going to switch it over by hand just real quick and see if that'll work. No, my Stream Deck is crashing or something maybe. I don't know. Anyways, okay, I'll do it by hand. Anyways, so again, I'm a big Star Trek fan, right? So one of the things that I also do is I'm a writer. And I've got 14 books published, dozens of short stories published, all that kind of good stuff. But the device that I use, again, because of my blindness, it's hard for me to do it on the computer. So I have a special device. It's called a free write. You guys can maybe see it right here. This is it's basically it's an old-fashioned typewriter, but it has an e-ink screen instead of paper, you know. And I really love this device. It's really cool. It's really nice. Listen to that clicky. It's so nice. Anyways, so this thing is really expensive though, and I wanted to have something to protect it a little bit. So Jolene made something really cool for me, and again, because I'm a Star Trek fan, she kind of ran with the idea that I'm a Star Trek fan. So she made this basically it's a suitcase kind of a thing, and you can see it has the Star Trek Delta on it, and then if I flip it upwards, you can see it has "To boldly type" written into it. But it's got like a holding area for me to slip the free write into, and then it's got a bag pouch right here where I can put the cabling and stuff into. So it's really nice. It's big, you know, and it's real heavy duty. She made it with there's like plastic material in underneath where the crochet area is that makes it like a box for the thing to fit into so that it's nice and safe. So and let me go ahead and put this away here before I bust it. But she made it so that I can put the carrying handle like right up here on top of it and everything. So really nice. I love the thing.
All right, well, have a good one, Lillian. She says she's catching her buddy's podcast and she'll be back later as long as we're still on. So have fun. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for being here, Lillian. We appreciate you, as always, sticking around with us, and I hope that you have a great night. Enjoy the podcast. I unfortunately unplugged my headphones here, so I got to plug them back in again. Anyways, so there you go. That's a little bit about what Jolene can do as far as her crafting stuff goes, and I love her work. I do. I love what she does. She's really fun with it. She's really quick with it. Well, most of the time, really quick with it. But she's made all kinds of stuff. She's put together like her own clothes. She's made like slippers and that kind of stuff for the whole family, and just really really good stuff. I need to figure out what's going on with my Stream Deck, so I'm gonna reset the software on it here real quick. So pardon me while I do that real fast. That's why you keep to your paints and ceramics. Thank you, Fox. I appreciate it. Y'all, you killing me. Oh, that was bull. Okay. Yeah, it was bull. All right. That's bull. Good Lord. Good Lord. You guys, you killing me here. So I hope everybody's awake now and enjoying yourselves. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with my Stream Deck. It's like, it's being a pain in the butt. It should be working correctly, but for some reason, it's not. And I'm wondering if it's just Streamlabs itself that is causing the problem. Let me see. I think it is. I think it's Streamlabs itself that's having the issue. Yeah, looks like it. Well, shoot. That do suck. I had to test my Stream Deck, so I figured I'd hit the button. I love that one.
He's just making sure you're all paying attention.
Exactly. We got another spammer. Nice. Nope, not Caddyshack. That was from the Money Pit, actually. Tom Hanks, the Money Pit. That was when the bathtub finally fell through the ceiling on the bottom floor, and he lost his crap.
It's so fabulous.
What is with you people down there? My God, you need
I feel
some
like you
help.
ought to have like one of your paint splats be like play random movie sound clip.
Oh yeah, totally. I could definitely do that. Good God, I've got so many sound files on this computer, man. You just don't even know.
I mean, I know.
Well, this is true, yeah.
Symbol right behind it. You should play a few.
Okay, so Jolene and I actually were doing a show back during the radio days called Movies with My Sheltered Wife because Jolene did not get a chance to watch many movies when she was growing up. So we actually did a show based on the idea of us watching a show together or watching a movie together and having her, enjoy it for the first time and giving her thoughts on it and stuff. So what we ended up doing was we, like, for all of my shows that I did, we created the music and stuff like that for it, right? So we made one that had like all kinds of movie sound effects and stuff with it. So if you guys want to hear it, this is actually what we created for it. So you guys will hear the like advertising for the radio station and stuff like that. Don't worry about that part of it, but yeah.
Bring me everyone. What do you mean everyone?
I just lost my virginity in a confessional booth! Lord have mercy! It's in the hole!
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I like you, but you're crazy.
You're listening to Movies with My Sheltered Wife. Each episode, we will explore a movie that my wife was never allowed to watch while growing up in a very sheltered home.
Go to the hotel and get busy, bee! Run! Run!
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Visit us at openeyesnetwork.com to leave comments, laugh at her, or suggest movies for future episodes.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
We accept no one of us. We accept no one of us.
I'm gonna punch you in the ovary. That's what I'm gonna do. A straight shot.
Oh, ow.
Right to the baby maker.
We could not talk or talk forever and still find things to not talk about.
So there you go. There you go. A little bit of history for Jolene and Ira. That was way back in the day too. So there you go. You were muted there. You were muted there. I couldn't hear you.
I gotcha. Yeah, I said we can hear how much younger you were too. I mean, your voice isn't as deep as it is now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what you mean. Oh, yeah.
So that was back before you did like 30 shows and
Right, yeah.
did like 2 shows a day every day of the week pretty much.
That's when I had fun with the shows.
We did like what, 2 episodes and that's all we did?
No, we did more than that, but I think there was 5.
I'm only remembering 2.
Yeah, well, you've slept since then.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and
More
I'm
through
here to
Ira,
help.
yeah. Kit Kat says, hopefully you have seen a lot more movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them would be through Ira. Yeah.
It's crazy because like when she was growing up, her mom was just like terribly sheltered. Like it was horrible. Like explain the one when you were a week before 18.
Okay, so this is a fun story for you all. So yeah, literally a week before my 18th birthday, a week like to the day. My mom was like, "Hey, my sister gave me a movie for us to watch together, and I figured, hey, we could watch it." I was like, "Okay, what's the movie?" She tells me what the movie is. I'm not going to say the name quite yet. But once we get to the meat and potatoes of the whole movie, she pauses it. And she says, "I don't think you should be watching this movie." Why?
Well, hi, Napkins. How you doing?
Welcome, Napkins. I was just about to... Funny story. I will mention it again in a second here. But for those of you who are in the chat and don't know yet, Dr. Napkins has reached affiliate. Woo!
He has indeed. Grants to you, man. That is awesome. That is awesome. Now quit scaring the hell out of me. Anyway, go ahead, Jolene.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it. So yeah. So I'll quickly recap for Dr. Napkins since he just came in. The doctor will scare you now. Yep.
You're just testing my heart rate, right?
So, a week before my birthday, literally to the day, week before my birthday, my aunt gives my mom a video and says, "Here, I think this would be a good movie that you two would like." So my mom is like, "Okay." So she tells me all about this, and I won't deny I was shocked, but I was like, "Okay, sure." So you start to watch it. Once the movie gets to the meat and potatoes of what the whole movie's about, she pauses the movie and says, "Jolene, I don't think you should be watching this movie." I'm like, "Okay, why?" Like, I already know why, but I'm just in disbelief. She said, "Because I don't think it's appropriate for you. I'm a week away from turning 18. She's like, "Yeah, you're underage. You should not be watching this yet. I'm a week away from turning 18. No, I don't think you should be watching this. Your own sister gave it to you, thinking that we would both like to watch it together, and you still say no?" So she stammered and hammered, and she was just like, "Well, I guess we'll go ahead and watch the movie." So we watched the movie, but of course the rest of the movie was really awkward as hell. The movie in question, I don't know what the hell she thought this movie was about, and why the title was not just screaming what it's about. The movie in question, The 40-Year-Old Virgin. What the hell did you think it was about, Mom? I don't know what you thought it was about, but as soon as it got to the nitty-gritty of what the whole movie is, she paused the movie and she's like, "I don't think you should watch this because it has sexual overtones." The fuck did you think the movie was about? I don't know. So yeah. So that's an example of my mom. When I was a lot younger, 14, there was a time that we were watching a movie together. It was called Double Jeopardy. And there's a makeout scene on a boat. And when that scene happened, she paused the movie and tells me, "Turn around. You can't watch this." And then proceeds to continue with the movie. And then when it's done, she's like, "You can turn around." It's like all they did was make out. It's not like, I saw the Titanic. I don't
Draw me like one of your French girls.
Right, exactly. It's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I saw the Titanic in the freaking movie theater, okay? I mean, I saw it young, and yet make out scene, and I don't know. And then my mom, for whatever reason, what's the name of the movie that I told you she would not let me watch?
Evolution.
Yes.
Evolution.
Yes, Evolution. She forbid me from watching Evolution. Her and her boyfriend had rented it, back when Blockbuster was still around. They had rented it, and she had told me after they had watched it, she said, "You can't watch this." To this day, I don't know what the heck was in that movie. Like, I've seen it a dozen times. I don't know what she didn't want me to see in that movie, but she, like, so forbid me from watching it. And then Fox says, can't watch a make-out scene, but can watch someone paint them like which girls in a bang in a car, right? And then Kit Kat says, my mom wouldn't let me watch Underworld for the longest time because of one sex scene. And I had seen worse in school, sex ed, right? I know, it doesn't make any sense. And again, with the 40-year-old virgin. What the heck did you think the movie was about? I am so confused. Did you never see a trailer for it? Did you never, like, did you think it was about with that title? I don't know. So yeah, so there's like random movies and shows I was never allowed to watch. So like, for example, it was okay if I watched Ren and Stimpy and either version, the either networks, but I was not allowed to watch Pee Wee Herman. She absolutely forbid me from watching Pee Wee Herman. Fox and Bull. A few episodes from Legend of Korra did more damage to me, Bull, than the 40-year-old virgin ever did to me. Okay, to be fair, Pee Wee Herman was weird. I mean, he was weird, don't get me wrong, like I've seen him since, but like my mom made it sound like he was like adult only kind of a thing. Kit Kat says, oh god, that was never meant to be for kids, but I loved Ren and Stimpy, right? Yeah, I loved Ren and Stimpy. I was allowed to watch that, but
I mean, even SpongeBob was worse in some ways than a lot of these movies and shows. It's just, crazy. I mean, to be fair, Happy Tree Friends was specifically made for adults, though, too. So,
right? Yeah, Happy Tree Friends. Yeah.
No, he wasn't a pedophile. What it is he got busted while masturbating in an adult theater watching an adult film years ago, and it just kind of like all snowballed from there. But no, never a pedophile or anything like that. Paul Rubens, no, he's never been accused of being a pedophile at all.
Bull said, did he really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was years ago before like internet porn became a thing, really.
But how old was I? I was about maybe 15, 14. Kit Kat said Barney wasn't allowed in the house either because apparently the guy that played him was a child rapist.
The original guy, yeah.
Is that like the original, like with the purple suit? Yeah. Fox and Bull. Back when going to the back room of adult film store was more of a common thing. What?
Right. Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, when I was like roughly 14-ish, we'll just say that. So my mom and her boyfriend, he brought a friend over and they were going to watch some movies and I was allowed to join in and I didn't have anything else to do. So I was like, what the heck? So they were going to watch the movie Jackass. I don't remember if it was the first one or not. It was one of the Jackass movies. And so I was like, okay, cool. I'll watch this because I've seen the show. I've seen it a lot at one of my cousin's house. Apparently my mom never knew that I never ever watched the show. But so here I am about 14 years old. I have heart health issues. I'm not really like the most extreme thing I do is a cannonball in a pool. I mean, I'm not really. So as they get ready to start the movie, my mom's like, Jolene, you should not watch this movie. Why? Because I don't want you getting ideas. Seriously? Do you seriously not know me at all? Do you seriously think I'm going to recreate any of the things they're going to do? Do you really think that of me? I don't know what to say if that's what you think. Yeah, it was just, she put up such a fight. And Rob was like, look, I got the movie. My friend is here. We're going to watch it. And I'm just like, and I'm going to sit right here. Yeah, it was just ridiculous. Couldn't watch Jackass. And I was like, do you not know me? Do you really think I'm going to go out and like jump off a high building into a pool? No, it's not me. I don't do that. But if you
Not
did
my style,
recreate them,
mama.
I'd give you props. Right? Yeah, I mean, I find it entertaining, but it's like, I'm not going to do it. No, I don't like to seek out pain. No, thank you. So, yeah, so that was that. And then like, so I wasn't able to watch, like she didn't like the whole 40-year-old virgin because of sexual innuendos. And then we watched this was earlier. This was when this more so first came out, the Scary Movie. I think it's the first one. There's like a huge sexual scene.
Oh yeah. Where the guy like finally orgasms and he's like shooting her up into the ceiling and stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. So it's like when that started to happen, she didn't put up as much of a fight about me watching that as she did about the whole 40-year-old virgin, which I don't get. So I was kind of legit thinking that when she said we're going to watch the 40-year-old virgin, that, oh, okay, maybe it will happen, because she kind of was washy about it, but like, it's comedy. We can watch it. Is 40-year-old virgin not a comedy? I mean, Dr. Napkins would be very impressed if you made a fish bite your head, right? Box and bowl, okay. Did try to convince me to staple my... Oh! I was joking, it almost happened. Thankfully, I myself. Yeah, it's a good thing that you did. It's a good thing that you did. Ow.
Owie! To be fair, apparently there's good money in that though nowadays, folks. Just saying. I think the only stupid thing I did was almost take my eye out with a knife trying to get a zip tie off of a helmet. Thankfully, missed and got an eyebrow. Oof. Ooh. Anything dealing with the eyes, man, it completely freaks me out. It does.
So Fox, you were saved by the cold, huh? Hopkins says if you did, you'd be Fox and Noel. Learn knife goes away from the body. Yes.
Definitely a good lesson there, yeah. Hi, Amanda. Okay.
Hello, Amanda.
Y'all just love making grand entrances, I say. I love you, kiddo. So hi, how you doing tonight? How's your day going?
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the drunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
Well, hey, Alpha Medic, how you doing?
He's a mad lad, he is. Hey, William. Did you know that I love you? Did you know that I love you more? Oh, but I do. I love you more.
I love that clip. I know. How you doing, Alpha Medic? Welcome, Raiders. Come on in. How you all doing? My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Up there in the corner is Blind Dad's wife, Jolene, the real dear heart. And she is in the midst of doing crochet work at the moment. She's just getting started doing a crocheted Cthulhu. And I am currently working on this little bit of a art piece. I guess you could say it's art piece. But just kind of getting rolling with the layout of it and all that kind of good stuff. And trying to learn a couple of different things that I need to relearn a little bit. But how'd your stream go, Alpha Medic? How did it end up for you? Either way, though, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You just missed Manda scaring the ever-living bejeebus out of all of us when she came in and walked in with the entrance. That's Chastity there. So, yeah, me to my boys. I love you. Okay. Read and edited 2 chapters of my novel. Nice. That's cool. That's cool.
Interesting.
I love anything doing with writing. I'm a writer myself. If you guys aren't aware, I'm a published author, 14 books and dozens of short stories. I create audio dramatizations of some of my stories too, and I love doing it. I'm thinking at some point in time when when my eyes don't want to let me do art, that I will actually create audio stories for you guys while I'm on the air too. So yeah. I love anything doing with writing stuff. So that's cool. That's cool. So, we were just talking about, movies and the sheltered versions of movies and that kind of thing. Jolene was raised in a very sheltered house. So she was telling some of the stories about movies that she was never allowed to see, and then ones that she was allowed to see, which made no sense as to why she was allowed to see them but wasn't allowed to see some of the others. It's like really, really bizarre. Her mother had like the strangest weird moral twist in that I've ever encountered in my life. So yeah, so that's what we've been discussing. Otherwise, we can talk about anything you guys have on your minds. So what have you guys been up to today, and how are things going? By the way, I maybe add a bit to the forehead. It's a little short. The rest looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, the face has definitely been giving me problems. I had to redo it a couple of different times here. The eye was really, really scary. So I just actually laid out a little bit of the hair work here just to kind of give an indication of where it's going to be. At the moment, I'm kind of focusing on getting the body laid out a little bit better, and then I was going to kind of like go back up to the face. So I'll definitely keep that in mind as far as adding a little bit to the forehead. I do think you're right that it needs to kind of extend outwards a little bit compared to what the nose and stuff is, because right now it's a little bit like horsey shaped, I guess you could say, is the best way I can put it. So at least to my eyes. But the way that my vision works, I have trouble seeing faces. Like, faces are difficult for me because of the depth differences that are on a face and stuff like that. So it has actually been a number of years since I've been able to properly see a face. And so I'm kind of like working off of memory of how faces are. And over the past couple of months, my eyes have changed a little bit more. So I need to like retrain my brain to figure things out, I guess you could say, is the best way I can put it. So that's what I've been in the midst of the past couple of days, just kind of doing face work to get more of a handle on how my eyes need to see it at this point in time. So Mom took me and my siblings to Black Dahlia on one of my birthdays. Not awkward at all, sitting with them, boring their eyes into the back of my head during some of those scenes. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a little problematic, right?
So by the way, since I haven't done it too much and there's a lot of people here, I'll show. This is how the little head. I'm doing the head of Cthulhu first, so this
Here,
is.
let me make your camera a little bit bigger for the
Okay,
people here.
I'll wait.
There you go. You're good now.
So yeah, so this is how the little head's coming out. I'll be adding the tentacle mouth here, and then if I have enough room on the sides, I think I might add like blush. So, and then the little eyes will go up here. I have little buttons that I found. So, yep. So that's what he's looking like so far.
I think it's gonna be really cool.
Yep.
And she does everything like freehand. She doesn't use patterns or anything like that. She just kind of does it on the fly, trying to figure out the best way to do it for herself. And that's so impressive to me. You know, I love watching her work because she does these really cool pieces, you know, and I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't get how you did that. That is so freaking awesome, you know? But it was the community that made her choose Cthulhu, so you guys could choose the next piece that she does too if you wish. She was questioning whether she wanted to do it cute or like evil, and I told her to do both and do one of each, see what comes up with it. But a mini Falcor. Ooh, that would be really cool. Yeah. That's a good idea. Write that down. Write that down. I love that movie. I love the book. The book is even better than the movie to me, but man, they did a really good job with the movie. The first one. The others, well, that's debatable, but the first movie is just, it's amazing. Let's see. Time to lurk, prep for sleeping. Okay. Thank you, Alphametic, for being here. Lurk away, and I hope that your sleep goes well. I've been really tired today. I don't know why, but I'm trying to work through it. I woke up super freaking cold again, and I don't know why. Like, it's kind of crazy because normally I run really hot, right? But or at least I feel hot. But the past like week, twice, I've woken up with my temperature in like the 95s and feel really, really freaking cold. And I don't know why. It's really kind of freaking me out a little bit, but or if you're a nerd like me, one of the critters from Spirit Away would be cute. That's a good idea too. I like that. So you have two ideas to run with there, Jolene, now.
It's kind of funny when I was looking up inspiration for Cthulhu of like how I went to, and I like drew down a preliminary sketch of like I want him to look kind of like this, you know. There's a mashup one of Cthulhu with Totoro. A Totoro.
Oh, that'd be cool.
A tutorial themed Cthulhu. So I thought that was really cute.
That'd be cool.
I like Totoro.
Yeah, Totoro is really cool. Hey, Ta. Gonna get the brunette purple cow and make myself a Gengar. Not sure what a Gengar is. That I'm not familiar with. I'm old. I don't know what you youngins are talking about. Yeah, fabric poster of him with the young sister hanging in my room. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Oh, okay. Gengar is a Pokemon.
Yeah, see,
Yeah, you just said that. I'm sorry. I
don't know
know
Pokemon very much.
He's a Pokemon. Yeah, okay. He's from one of the early... Yeah, one of the originals. Okay. I was going to say, he's real early. I can tell. He's not, like, dazzled as the newer ones tend to be. I know more of the first gen than any of the others. I like maybe know 2 of the second gen, and that's it.
I know nothing.
It was funny. One year in middle school, because I'm so out of touch with Pokemon, I had a friend who would call me Jolteon all the time. And she refused to tell me what it was from, because she would tell others that she nicknamed me Jolteon, because my name's Jolene. You'd call me Jolteon. And so people would chuckle, but I didn't know what it was. And then finally she's like, it's a Pokemon. Oh, well, you could have told me. I think at one point I could name them all. Yeah, at one point I could name all the first gen, but yeah, and Ollie B, is making an art project with Pokemon. It's an ARPG. With a Pokemon and humanoid. Do you give Daddy permission to show off the one that you did?
I think it's really cool.
Yeah, where the Pokemon are humanoid, yeah. Sure, 1 sec, she said. Or
Cool.
they said.
Okay. Oh, do you have an updated? Yeah, I've got it. The one that you sent me earlier.
I see Kit Kat said Mew is my favorite. My favorite Pokemon is Snorlax. And I saw that there's somebody who made like a giant, like almost beanbag looking thing of Snorlax that they can lay on. And I'm just like, I so want to do the same. But oh my goodness, that would be too much yarn. I would just get frustrated doing the whole thing. But yes, Snorlax is my favorite.
Okay. I'll give me just a second here and I'll show you guys what Ollie B was working on with their Pokemon. They're trying to do like a humanoid version of Pokemon basically. So this is what they've come up with. Let me make sure to transform it here. There you go. The giraffe there was one of Jolene's creations, actually. Yep.
Ooh, Napkins, you said you're working on a Snorlax shirt at the moment. I would love to see it when you're done. Make sure you put pictures in our Discord. And thank you about the giraffe, yeah.
I really like how this is coming out, definitely. Like the idea behind it is really cool, and yeah, Ollie's doing a good job. Very cool job. I love it. Need to slip a drink in here real quick. Ah, wondrous tea. I have a very controversial statement for you guys. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I don't like coffee. Don't come at me with pitchforks. No torches and pitchforks, please. I'm not into coffee. Nicotine's definitely a thing for me as well. I smoked for 30 years and I vape at this point just because I still enjoy the nicotine, but I quit for the sake of Jolene. She's got really major heart issues.
Don't
so
think your shout out is working. Or did I do it wrong? It doesn't look like I did it wrong.
No, it was like
Condition! Unacceptable!
it is unacceptable indeed.
And you said vaping is cheaper, to be honest. Yeah, vaping. Yes, I'm for anyone doing vaping over any other type. Not sure how to survive the Navy, no coffee, and not smoking either.
Yeah, I'll just type it in manually. There's Ollie B's link if you guys want to go and give them a follow. They're really good. They're a lot of fun. Yeah, the only coffee that I care for that I would say I would kind of like go out of my way, quote unquote, to go drink would be like some kind of mocha based kind of a thing. But otherwise I don't know. But I was raised by, like, my dad was abusive, my mom was really neglectful, and both of them drank coffee like crazy, so I think maybe it's kind of like the whole aversion thing, to it. More than likely that's what it is. So it happens. I have literally seen Ollie B take instant coffee and just shove it in their mouth and take it down.
You drink Java Monster, so technically coffee. Okay, have a good time with your steps, Mummy Frog.
Ty, thank you so much for being here, and I will still be on for probably another couple hours yet, so have fun, be safe, enjoy yourself.
And then Amanda says, white chocolate for me with ADHD. The caffeine does nothing. So if not for the coffee, so if not for the taste, it does nothing. Yeah. I mean,
I'm not into it. Caffeine doesn't do like anything to me at all. Like I could drink a pot of coffee and just go right to sleep.
I just saw a Dr. Napkin said, he says, I drink coffee creamer. I mean, it is really good to drink by itself. It really is. Not the healthiest thing in the world, but
heck yeah.
And when I make actual coffee, people make fun of me because it's so sweet and creamy.
Yeah, that's about the only way I'll drink it.
I like coffee more as like iced coffee. I will drink iced coffee all day, every day, but other than that, I'm not huge into coffee. Like I was drinking tea just now. That's what I was drinking. Do you want coffee with your creamer, right? Is there even a hint of coffee? I'm gagging. I remember making coffee for mom and dad. They liked it so much. They liked it so much sugar. There was like a layer of it left when they were done. So kind of southern sweet tea, but with coffee.
Right. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Have a good time with your steps, Frog. Like he says, we'll probably still be here, depending on how long it takes
thank you for being here, definitely.
Napkin says, I used to drink the creamer at Bob Evans. Then at some point, they stopped leaving the creamer on the tables. Kit Kat says, have fun and be careful. Sounds like my husband. I'm too southern for that crap. Non-sweet tea. What's wrong with him and his family?
Yeah. Unsweet tea. If you're drinking unsweet tea, you definitely need to evaluate your life.
So I have to evaluate my life.
Yes, you do.
Does it make a difference that it was hot tea, not cold tea?
No. You're still nasty either way.
He's converting my children. I'm not a fan. Then, I have to spit out unsweetened tea. The only tea I don't like sweetened is hot unless it's with a little honey. See? Like I said, see, if it's hot, does it make a difference? You said no. Kit Kat just basically said the same thing, so.
Well, you all are wrong. Wrong.
And I'm from the South, so yeah. I'm doing it the Southern way, yeah, apparently.
What is with you people down there? My God, you need some help.
Figured it was a perfect time for that sound effect.
Well, hello, Lilith. Just stopping in, have an Amazon stream. Well, hello. Thank you for stopping by.
Having an Amazon stream, huh?
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I'm half looking at the chat and I'm crocheting and trying to keep in track what I just did. I'm sorry.
We're having. Is this one dedicated to Bezos now?
I mean, you could link the whole Prime to Twitch, so I mean, may as well.
Indeed. Hello, Lilith. Hello, Beauty. Welcome, and thanks for swinging through on your journey through whatever wondrous things you are trying to accomplish. I deeply appreciate the fact that you guys are here. So
gasp. Beauty came in and didn't do a jump scare right away.
I know. I'm a little shocked, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. How you guys doing tonight? Beauty earlier was doing a Blair Witch stream, which was really fun. Really fun. Working on some rainbow glittery heart earrings now, so off and on. That's cool. That's cool. I'm still trying to get everything pinned down and correct on this figure, but I'm covered in glitter. Your whole house is going to be covered in glitter too after all that too, I guarantee it. You can't work with glitter and not have glitter everywhere.
You're watching Hellboy now. Kind of bored and want to paint, but don't at the same time. Gotcha. I know the feel. I know it.
The first one or second one? Kit Kat. It's the herpes of arts and crafts. It really is. It really is. Yeah, the first one was really good. The second one's really good too. Don't get me wrong. But the first one they did a really, really good job on. I really like how this boob is turning out, but this boob is frustrating me.
They asked by the second one, do you mean the Golden Army or the remake of the first one?
The Golden Army. I guess I should have clarified that.
Said okay, good. On the same page. The only I like about that one was the elf people, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I haven't seen the remake, and honestly, not sure if I want to.
I have zero interest in it.
Okay, so I'll show off. I just got done with the head, and I'm going to start on the body. I'm going to make the head and like the base body all as one. Should probably stuff him soon, but oh well, I won't yet. So here's the head. Give you the side view. Don't know how well you can see it. Once it's stuffed and whatnot, it'll look more like a head, but so yep. Looking great. Well, thank you.
Ooh,
Kit Kat says, so far a lot of remakes have disappointed me. I mean, they need to just stop doing remakes, to be honest, but Dr. Napkin says the remake isn't bad. I think David Harbour does a better Hellboy than Perlman.
Gasping for Fen. Get out of my house. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool. I haven't seen it myself. I think there are some movies though that really just they shouldn't be touched, you know? Like they're really good in and of themselves. You know, just leave it be. Let people enjoy them for what they are, you know? So like one movie I think would be an absolute sacrilege to try to redo would be Princess Bride. Like that movie is perfect in and of itself. Like don't freaking touch it. Leave it alone kind of a thing. You know what I mean? It just, I mean, some movies, yeah, they could probably do with it, but there are others that it's just like, no, this is the perfect movie. It does not need a remake in any kind of way. And if you touch it, you know, we're going to murder all of you kind of a thing, you know? So, you would hurt somebody. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Princess Bride is definitely one of my all-time favorite movies. I love that movie. The cast was perfect. The writing was perfect. The acting was great. You know, it's one of those. No, this is sacrosanct. You know, you leave this one be. And like when they were talking about doing the remake of it, like it got murdered because so many people were outcrying about the fact that no, this is the movie you people leave alone. Shouldn't have touched Stephen King's movies. It depends on the movie. There were a couple of movies that that they did that kind of deserved to do a remake. So for instance, one would be The Shining. I absolutely love the ABC miniseries version of The Shining with dang it, Steven Weber playing the part of dang it, see now I can't remember his name right off the top of my head. Anyways, he was playing the main part, and that one was a really, really good redo. But that was Stephen King had a lot more input on that one than he did with The Shining. One that I have not seen the remake of, and I'm a little leery of doing so, is The Stand. The Stand. I know that they put it out on like Paramount Plus and all that kind of stuff. It's there, but I'm real leery about seeing it because the original miniseries that they did for that book was again really perfect in and of itself. Like, yes, it was a miniseries on TV and so on and so forth. It could have used more of a budget and on and on and on, but the storytelling in it was excellent, just really good. And I've seen that like I've got it here on my computer, I mean, I've seen it many times throughout the years. So being such a big fan of that particular miniseries version, I'm real hesitant to watch the remake that they did of it. And I've heard that they did not do a real good job on that remake anyways. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. I know it exists. I'm concerned about watching it because I don't want it to really piss me off, So I hope that makes sense. It would likely be a thing where I would have to watch it and then I would have to sit down and watch all 8 hours of the other one just to like clear my brain out a little bit, I think if they did it, it would have to include Freddy's character and have him read the story to someone else like his grandpa read to him. Maybe if they did something along those lines, yes. Like if they did it like as a sequel-y kind of a thing, maybe then Princess Bride would do with a remake. But trying to retell the story all over again, I don't think that would work very well, There was talk about them trying to remake Nightmare Before Christmas. I was livid. No. Pet Sematary was a disappointment. I haven't seen that remake either. Is that way with the Dune miniseries? So are you meaning like you liked the original David Lynch version or that you liked the miniseries better or something along those lines? Just trying to make sure I'm clear on which one we mean in there. Yeah, don't redo Nightmare Before Christmas either. That one is another one that's just perfect as it stands. Oh, they're making the new one. Right, yeah. I'll go out on a limb and say that I did enjoy the David Lynch version of Dune, like from back in the day with Kyle MacLachlan. But I know that was it Sci-Fi? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it was Sci-Fi did like a mini series version of it a long time ago, and that one was really good. Like the miniseries remake of it was really good. I'm not sure if I'm going to watch the new Dune or not. I may. I'm a big fan of Dune. I do like the stories of it, but again, it's that nervousness of enjoying the things that have already come. Am I going to actually enjoy the things that they remake it with? I don't know. I don't think I would. If you think about it, Princess Bride is just the boy's imagination, so they could show how another kid sees the story in their head, but only if they have the original kid as a grown-up reading the book. Right, yeah. That would be the only circumstance I think that it would actually have any chance at all of working, Another one I think that, there is something to be said, too, about, movies and shows that have remakes and redos and all of that kind of stuff with it. Some of these movies that they're trying to remake and redo and stuff, they have a preciousness to them because they hold a mystery to them in some kind of way, the allure of, the unknown with the story is what is really cool with it, So if they try to do remakes of the things and they are essentially the same story, well, the allure is already faded for the people that have seen it before. You know what I mean? The same can be said with rewatching TV shows and that kind of thing. There are shows and movies too that the whole point of them is the mystery of the story. So Lost, for instance, was a really good show. I enjoyed it for what it was. And I got into the mystery surrounding the show. But then to turn around and rewatch the shows again, which I have done, it didn't have as much of an impact on me because the idea behind the show was to get wrapped up in the mystery. Well, if you already know the answer to the mysteries that are there, it doesn't have the same emotional kick. It doesn't have the same punch to the gut. You already know what's going to be happening. You might not remember each individual episode, but you're already aware of what the story is going to be and where it's going to lead. There are a lot of shows that are like that, Lost, Fringe. Those two are the ones that primarily come to my mind with this kind of thing, but there are others as well. And I'm sure you guys could think of some too, but, it's there's problems with rewatching shows, and the same holds true if you then try to remake the show or remake the movie. If it's got that kind of aspect to it that was very enjoyable, then doing a remake of it is not going to be as effective. So, for instance, trying to do a remake, for instance, of the movie Bridge to Terabithia would be really hardcore difficult to pull off because everybody knows what happens at the end of that story, you see. And so walking into it ahead of time, knowing what's going to happen, the movie itself isn't going to have the impact that it did on those who saw that for the first time. When the first movie was made. You don't think that you could rewatch Bridge to Terabithia, Kit Kat? I mean, even rewatching the movie itself is hard, because the answer to the story, right? So, it's rough, but it still doesn't have as much of that, oh my God, impact that it did when you first saw it too, So, and of course, I mean, people who read the book are already going to know things too, but you get what I'm saying. It's just, it wouldn't survive it very well,
I think for the type of thing that you're talking about, the best way for it to survive at least one rewatch is for it to be a thing of where once you get to the end, you realize that the answers were already at the beginning as to what's going to happen. So then you
Right.
rewatch it to get that, and then you're like, oh my gosh, that makes so much more sense now.
Right. You could do that with something like The Sixth Sense, for instance, where the whole idea of when he sees red, it's when the spirits are there and stuff, you know. So, I'm sorry, spoiler alert. If you haven't seen Sixth Sense by now, I'm sorry, I ain't got no help for you. But anyways, so, you know, it's like that, you know, rewatching it for that purpose of trying to seek out, okay, where were the clues that I missed the first time around? Maybe then, right? But still, it's not going to have like that emotional kick that it did when it first came out, the twist or whatever you want to put. So, you know, what they should remake is more movies or shows from the rise of Hollywood, like movies from the 50s that can be transferred to DVD or other modern media forms. I would agree with that. There are a lot of movies from that era that really are great, you know, that are just fabulous movies that could definitely do with like bringing up to modern standards, you know. And maybe a little less like sexism or something like that, you know, just like retouching, you know, for more modern audiences. I think there are quite a few from that era that could really live with that, you know. But it makes no sense to me. Like, maybe you can remember, honey, but there was a movie that they did a remake for that like literally just came out like. So they did the remake within like 5 or 6 years of when the original ended up coming out. And it's like, what? That makes no sense whatsoever. And I'm trying to remember which one that was, but I don't care about it enough to remember it, I guess. Is probably, but you know, it's like, okay, are you that desperate for stories that you have to literally remake something that just came out like 5 or 6 years ago? This makes no sense at all. Like, come on. There's got to be more out there that you can use as grist for your mill, you know. For crap's sake, I'm a writer. You can take some of my books. You know what I mean? Like you know, there's other stories that are out there that could be made into cool movies or shows. You know, you don't have to keep remaking the same old things. I think what they were doing when it came to all these remakes that came out, like, all within a really short period of time, and even Disney is really guilty of this right now because they keep remaking like these live action things and stuff, and it's like they're trying to tap into like the nostalgia person, you know. So for instance, Jolene, you grew up, I think the first movie that you saw in the movie theater was Lion King, right? If I remember right, you said that.
Yeah, Lion King was the very first movie I ever saw in the theater.
Right. So what they did by remaking The Lion King is they're trying to tap into, now that you're an adult, trying to tap into this like nostalgia psychology, you know. Oh, I know that they were enjoying that movie during that period of time. They bought all the merch and so on and so forth. So let's remake it now to tap into that as a big money grab, you know? I mean, really, that's what it comes down to. It's not for the purposes of, oh, let's retell the story and make it better and blah, 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 blah. No, it's just literally a nostalgia grab. And that's the case with a lot of these remakes, I think.
Another thing they do, especially with like the Disney movies, is they do the digitally remastered, and then they'll add like a scene that wasn't there before, and it's usually like a song. So like with The Lion King, they added the roll call or whatever the song's called. And it's like, it makes no sense because like Simba is singing in it, and young Simba, but Jonathan Taylor Thomas is not young anymore, so they brought in someone else to fill in for that role, and like you can tell the voice is different, and it's just like, it doesn't prolong the story at all. I mean, it does nothing to the storyline.
Right.
So it's like, why did they add this other than to show a future, or maybe, I don't know when it came out, but there's like a newer Lion King TV show that came out that was all about the well, I don't know what it's called. I can't remember, but I think it was kind of like harking to that. And it's just kind of like, really, it didn't do anything to the actual movie. Did you really have to do that?
Right, exactly. It's like, what is the point of this, you know? Sorry, I'm trying to fix my microphone arm here. I really got to get a new arm. I just do. Like, it's not holding the microphone in place properly, and it's driving me crazy. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm making a little bit of noise, I think, but trying not to as much as I can. But yeah, it's like there's so many different aspects of this that kind of drive me nuts, you know? Like it's an overt kind of money grab. It's not being true to what was originally there, you know, not being true to the heart of the stories and to the heart of, you know, what made people fall in love with it to begin with and stuff. It's just there literally as a grab. The Ghostbusters one, the one that they did with the ladies and stuff. That's probably another really good example of what I'm talking about with this, because like you could almost do like a 1-to-1 retelling of the original Ghostbusters movie based on that movie, you know, and it added nothing at all to the zeitgeist of the storylines. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the point, is like, okay, if you're going to do a remake, then do it in a way that's different enough that you can have it say, okay, well, that contributed to the story of X thing. You know what I mean? So again, Bridget to Terabithia, maybe telling it from the story of the little sister, you know, who then has their adventures and stuff. And yeah, that would be more considered to be a sequel and stuff, but still, you know, it'd be adding to the story in some kind of way. Whereas with these things like, again, the Ghostbusters redo, it added nothing. It literally was just retelling the Ghostbusters story with women instead of men.
Hello, weirdness.
Hi, weirdness. How you doing? You're walking in on an interesting discussion here. Right. So with Mulan, when they did the remake of that, like, they took away a big part of what made that movie great, right? What gave it the soul of the movie, you know? Wanted to be in a Twitch stream while working on a commission. What kind of commission are you working on? That's why you're here. You want to listen to stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of just talking about whatever. We got started with like movies, because Jolene was talking earlier about there were a lot of movies that she used to like want to see that her mom would never let her watch. Like, she was really, really, really super severely sheltered in very stupid ways. You know what I mean? So we kind of got started with that topic, and we've moved on into just discussing like remakes and things like that. But I don't know. It's like when it comes to these remakes, like for the Mulan thing, when they have taken the soul out of it, then it is so obvious that the only thing that they're doing it for is for a cash grab. That's it. There is no other purpose for it except as a cash grab. And I think that movie viewers today, in general, like, I know there's still a big part of the population that, you know, will go do it just because, oh, it's Mulan, we have to watch it, kind of a thing. But I think that there are a growing percentage of the population that is starting to see through this stuff and realizing, okay, this is just cash grab crap. You know what I mean? There's no point in it whatsoever other than for the studio to grab money off of the IP. And a lot of cases, you know, it's kind of weird how the back end of stuff works. Now, bear in mind, I'm an author, right? So I've got experience in the publishing industry and all that kind of stuff. I know how like IP stuff works, the intellectual property stuff works. What ends up happening on the back end of things is that a company will buy an IP, buy an intellectual property, and they will hold on to it. They might not actually do anything with it at all. Like they just want to buy it for the purposes of either tax purposes because they have made an investment in something so they can write it off a little bit on taxes, or because it's an interesting IP. They don't want to necessarily do anything with it at that moment, but they don't want anybody else to do anything with it either. So they'll swoop in, they'll buy it, and now nobody else can make use of that IP. So what ends up happening though is that in the contract negotiations and so on and so forth, the person who created the IP will have in the contract the rights of reversion. So if, for instance, Disney buys an intellectual property from somebody, for instance, like the storyline of a book, and they don't do anything with it, then in the contract, it might state if nothing is done with the IP for a period of 10 years, then the rights to the IP will revert back to the original owner. So what ends up happening then is that these contracts start to come up towards, expiration. And so the company will put out just something, even if it's just like the most low budget crap thing that they can produce, whether it's a TV show or like a one-off show or a movie or something along those lines, even if it's just a streaming movie or something that they only spent like a couple $1,000,000 on or whatever, then that gives the company the right to still retain the rights to that IP for the next 10 years again. You see, so it's like they can redo the contract. And so it's like, it makes me wonder if sometimes with these remakes, it's a thing where the actual copyright is starting to come up due for that property. And so they have to do something with it in order to retain the rights to that copyright so nobody else can make something out of it. So I hope that makes sense. That's a possibility of something that occurs with all of this too. But either way, it's annoying as hell. It really is. So weirdness, going back to what you said there, a commission from my friend, his anniversary with his boyfriend is coming up in a few days, and I need to finish it before then. He asked for wholesome anime boyfriends, so I'm doing the best I can. That is cool. That is really cool. Good luck with it. I hope that it works out. He's a close friend and I love his characters. That's so cool. That is. So what would you guys say, like, on the topic of remakes and stuff, what would you guys say is maybe a remake that was done really, really well? Like one that actually, okay, this was actually maybe even better than the original kind of a thing. One blatant one that comes to my mind is Battlestar Galactica. And this, I think Battlestar Galactica is probably another really good example of, okay, did this remake contribute to the overall story? So Battlestar Galactica, came out in the 70s, and I liked that show. It was really cool. It was interesting. It was awesome. It was really cool. And then, it kind of got dropped by the network, unfortunately, which happens all the freaking time with sci-fi and fantasy shows. Just so annoys the crap out of me. Thank you, networks. And then they came out with this reboot of it, and I have to say that, like, Battlestar Galactica, the remake of it was freaking awesome. It was incredible. I didn't like Caprica, but Battlestar Galactica, God, that show was just amazing. They did an awesome job with the storyline of it, the character development of it, the different arcs that they took it through. It was really, really good. I loved it. And so I think that that's probably, for me, the best example that I can say is a reboot or a remake that did better than the original, in some kind of way. Fox says, I also feel as though Battlestar Galactica heralded the gritty reboot wave. Yeah, in a lot of ways it did. It did. And I'm okay with that. Like, I think that even like Star Trek was influenced by that gritty reboot kind of a thing, in certain ways. And I'm okay with that. Overall, there is definitely a place for that kind of a story. You know what I mean? There's sometimes that kind of a story is really necessary to tell. So, and I like gritty stories, I do. Only remake you can think of right now is The Grudge. I have not seen. Okay, so are you meaning? Just to make sure I'm getting it clarified here, because there was the Japanese version of it that was originally out there, right? And then there's the American version was done based on it. And then they also like kind of redid The Grudge as well later. So are you meaning like going from the American version to the American version, or the Japanese version to the American version? You'll take Chris Pine over William Shatner any day. I think in a lot of ways I have to agree with that in certain aspects. I think that Chris Pine did a good job playing the character as it stood. I'll admit, okay, as much of a Star Trek freak as I am not a big fan of the JJ verse versions of Star Trek. I'm not. As the years have passed and I've rewatched them a couple of times, I do enjoy them kind of for what they are. But just like, see, Star Wars had this same issue, okay? And I'm gonna kind of get on my soapbox here a little bit, okay? So, okay, let me go with what you were saying there, Weirdness, here real quick. So the Japanese version is amazing. The original American versions weren't bad, but they weren't great. The newest Grudge that came out like a year or two ago. Okay, I thought that's what you were meaning, but I wanted to make sure before I went on with anything. And then Kelvin Timeline Star Trek, which I'll get on here in just a moment. Alita of Battle Angel was good. Now I haven't seen that one, so I'm not sure. I can't agree or disagree with that one, because I haven't. That one would be one that I don't have awareness enough of to comment on. Okay, Shatner kind of ruined the original Star Trek experience, but I do love the Voyager series with Picard. The new Picard show is really good in many ways and kind of bad in others. But I do like what they're doing with it. I don't mind it. Like, I hope that makes sense. I don't mind it. It doesn't piss me off or anything like that. I can enjoy it for what it is, But okay, so Star Trek as an IP has existed for a long time. And for those of you guys actually not aware, this is a little bit of a trivia for you, but Lucille Ball is actually the godmother of Star Trek. Like, literally, Star Trek would not exist if it was not for Lucille Ball. She when Gene Roddenberry created the first pilot for it, back in the day in the 60s, the network decided that they did not want to pick it up. But Lucille Ball, who was a massive powerhouse in Hollywood during that period of time, took it upon herself to kind of adopt Star Trek. She loved what was being done with it. She loved the idea of it. And so she basically forced the network to allow, for the first time, a production company to do a pilot, to remake a pilot for a show and to give it another try. So that second pilot is what ended up actually getting the approval and everything. So kind of interesting that, here we have Lucille Ball, of all things, being the godmother, the grandmother of Star Trek. So if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have it. Anyways, so yeah, more reasons we love Lucy. Exactly. And bear in mind, guys, I am a Star Trek freak, right? I love everything Star Trek. Don't get me wrong. I love everything Star Trek. And I wish they would do a hell of a lot more with it than what they are. Okay. But my favorite series, by the way, of Star Trek is Deep Space Nine. I love Deep Space Nine. Love all the shows. Anyways, but
Picard for me.
Picard for you, yeah. When the Kelvin timeline situation happened, it really pissed me off because there are so many different things of Star Trek that could have been done. Why do a reboot of the original series? You know, and why do it so that the reboot eliminates everything that took place? You know, that's the thing that pisses me off with the JJ verse stuff, is that, again, Deep Space Nine, my favorite series. I grew up with The Next Generation. I adored Voyager. I adored Enterprise. Okay. Enterprise, not so much with this situation that I'm about ready to talk about, right? But like Voyager, Deep Space Nine, and The Next Generation, this applies to those. Okay. When they did the JJ verse, they made it so that every one of those stories that I had grown to frickin' love and adore, these characters that I had grown to frickin' love and adore, fall in love with, grow up with, become a part of my very makeup because I loved them so much, are gone. Like, just gone. Deleted. They no longer exist in the same form that they did originally because the timeline has changed. Because, all this blah blah blah's happened with the JJ verse. So it's very frustrating to me knowing that there were so many other stories that they could tell that could be offshoots of The Next Generation, offshoots of Deep Space Nine. Where's Sisko's end of his story? You know, we know that he went to become part of the Prophets, but he said that he would be back, right? So where's his story? Where's the story of Voyager coming back home? What happens to them after they come back home? There's so many different things that could have happened there, right? But no, we're going to reboot the series completely and delete the last 40 freaking years worth of IP storytelling history from it all. It's gone. It's deleted. It's no longer in existence, and it cannot have any of the stories be told. You know, that's really stupid. And they did the same damn thing with Star Wars. When Disney bought Lucas and they took everything over, they deleted like all of the books, all of the comic books, all of the little things, everything. They said, nope, none of it counts anymore in any way, shape, or form. These are now considered legends. And we're going to start everything over from the ground up. Oh my God, really? I have 350 books that are all based on the Star Wars timeline that were valid and great, amazing effing stories until the moment when Disney said, no, they don't count anymore. We're going to completely do our own thing from this point forward. There were so many things that they could have done that are already there and already amazing stories. And they just said, nope, screw y'all. We're done with it. You know, we're just going to do it all over again. It makes no sense. You know, why make it so that people can fall in love with this stuff and then just say, no, doesn't count anymore. We're done. And expect people to actually tolerate that. You know, it's just, oh my God. It's like, no wonder Disney got so much freaking hate for this new set of stories that they've been telling. You know, they got so much hate for it because There was already so much rich history and already so much rich storytelling that people had fallen in love with for many years until they said, no, it doesn't count anymore. You know, that really is a kick to the balls of everybody who has loved these IPs. It's a kick to the nuts, you know, and they expect us to, you know, take that kick to the nuts and just say, thank you, give us more of it, you know? Right. They wanted to make money, right? But they already had all of these stories in place, you know? It would have been even easier to make money than trying to, you know, write and rewrite all of these scripts. No, I mean, all of these stories already are right here. Easy money, you know, easy money. But no, they didn't want to do that. You know, it's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, I got to catch up with things here. I'm sorry. I got on my tangent. I got on my soapbox, but they turned it into another mindless action sci-fi flick. They did. Exactly. Like there's no real heart and soul to it. And like the fact that they then tried to like remake, I mean, granted, they did their own twist to it, but they tried to remake the most beloved Star Trek movie ever, The Wrath of Khan. You know, they tried to remake that with their own version of it. You know, it's like, come on, guys. Are you literally that stupidly desperate that you're trying to tap into something that people have already fallen so much in love with? Like, it is the most popular Star Trek movie ever for a reason. You know, there's a reason why it's as loved as it is. Don't touch it. But then to try to remake it in their own way, you know, based upon this new changing of everything, it's like, no wonder it's not liked. You know, no wonder people did not respond well to it. What else did you frickin' expect? You know, I'm trying really hard not to cuss here, by the way, guys. I know I can, but I'm trying really hard not to, because this stuff just pisses me off. It really does. It frustrates me to no end.
You're trying not to curse, and yet I did an F-bomb earlier.
Yeah. At least with Star Trek being an alternate universe or alternate timeline makes it so the original source material is still valid in its own way, whereas with Star Wars, the original source material is now invalid. Right. Exactly. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying with Star Trek in particular. They can still go back and tell the stories, but they just don't have any interest in it anymore. You know, they've moved on, and I understand that, but it really frustrated me. It really ticked me off in so many ways when they did the things that they did with Star Wars. Cause, you know, I grew up with Star Wars too. I'm one of those people, you know, of course, you know, what is it? Star Trek and Star Wars people are not supposed to like get along at all. Right. But I'm one of those people that I really love both. You know, I do. I love them both in their own ways. They're both different stories. We can find a place to agree, right? The one is more science fiction. The other is more science fantasy. They're two different genres, you know? So mother trucker there like a butt cheek on a stick. Well, see, I did radio for years, you know, so I've kind of trained myself. If I'm in front of the microphone, I'm really careful not to use curse words because, the FCC might be listening. I know I don't have to fucking worry about it. Anyways, so, that's like people say Harry Potter people and Lord of the Rings people don't get along, and I love both. Right, exactly, because they're both different. They're both different stories, you know. They're both.
That is legit the first time I've ever heard that.
I've heard a lot of people say that kind of thing though. It's the same. It's just the fantasy version of it instead of the science fiction version of it. But it does. It's like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I know that there are people that like are really you know, ticked off on both sides at each other, and it's like, no, I mean, it's good storytelling one way or the other, you know. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy them for what they are. Enjoy the Voyager series and Next Generation. I also enjoy the Kelvin timeline for what it is, because of it not being a straight up remake. I think they did it in a way that would make both old and new fans happy. I mean, I'm an old fan. I'm not happy about it. Again, as I've watched them more, you know, throughout the years, I've given them more of a chance, and I can say that I'm not like completely adverse to it, but at the same time, I know what could have been, and I guess that's part of what really makes me angry, you know, because we never got any movies for Deep Space Nine. We never got any movies for Voyager. They just ended as they were, and nothing more outside of like books and comic books has come about from them, you know. And that saddens me, because a lot of those characters and stories could have been great, you know. They really could have been amazing things, but it is what it is, I guess, you know. The new Star Wars trilogy, however, is badly written fan fiction. I'm going to take a drink for this one. So again, for me, I've read many of the books and the comic books and all that kind of stuff that were developed out of the Star Wars IP before Disney took it over. And there are so many amazing stories that are there, amazing character arcs that are there, that are just, oh my God, touches on so many awesome aspects of stuff. Like Luke, for instance, becoming more of a gray Jedi than anything. And I know that was like part of what they used in the new trilogies, right? But they did not go into the aspects of why. They didn't go into the aspects of like the fact that he was married, that his wife, you know, went through everything that she did, that she was the person that she was. You know, there was none of that there. So many different portions of amazement and wonder and joy that were part of all of it, you know, is just gone. The fact that Leia was training to become a Jedi herself, you know, that she went through so many trials and tribulations with her pathway of stuff, you know. Where was that aspect in the story? No, we didn't get any of that. We didn't even, you want to know one of the things that really, and I'm probably going to be a little controversial with this, right? But one of the things that really pissed me off with the new movie, and I'm going to get a little spoilery here for the people. So if you haven't seen the trilogies and you want to see what happens with them before me spoiling things here, then, you know, mute yourself for a little bit or whatever, because I'm going to get a little spoilery here. Okay. Just giving you a fair warning. But it has to be done because what I'm going to say is directly related. I can't say it otherwise without, like, you know, revealing info kind of a thing, right? But it's been long enough now that I'm sure that anybody who has wanted to see it has seen it. Okay, I agree, and that's I agree that there's a lot more they could have and probably should have done, or they even could have made an entirely new story within the universe of Star Trek. But also Star Wars could have done better. But by comparison, the new Star Treks did better than the new Star Wars films. I will agree with that 100%. I will agree with that 100%. So again, spoiler alert here. In the new movie, well, okay, in the movie where Han is killed, the moment that pissed me off the most was not necessarily about Han dying, right? Okay, I get it. That can be a part of the storyline, right? Dramatic effect, so on and so forth. It wasn't that got me. Okay. It was when Rey and Chewbacca went back and met back up with Leia. Leia went to Rey instead of Chewbacca. Like, Chewbacca had been with Han for decades. Like, they were closer companions than best friends, you know? Like, they were inseparable companion kind of things, okay? And Leia, being a part of Han's life, had him there just as much. They were just as dear, deep friends, okay? And it's like they forced this moment upon people when Leia went to Rey instead of Chewbacca, that we're supposed to like get some kind of feeling of, oh, Leia really cares about Rey, or oh, Rey really cared about Han, and blah 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 blah. No, Rey didn't know Han from squat yet, really, honestly. Like, if it comes down to it, Rey didn't have much of a connection at all to Han, right? So, and Rey didn't really even have much of a connection yet to Leia. That was not part of the story yet, you know? So why force this moment of quote unquote character development upon the two of them when the perfect thing would have been for Leia to go and Leia and Han to console each other, because that would have been the most not only emotional impactful moment, but the most logical moment for that scene, you know? But no, she like walked right past Chewbacca without even barely giving him a glance. You know, it's like that felt so fucking wrong on every level. And I know I'm not alone in thinking this. I can't be alone in thinking this, you know, but it's felt so damn wrong on every level. There was no rightness to that moment at all, you know? That right there is a good way for me to try to explain why I had as much problems with these new movies as I did, is because of moments like that like make no sense given the rest of the history that's there with what we've known and understood about these people and these characters, you know? New Star Wars movies, just they're barely good. Like, the first one was kind of tolerable, but one of the things that annoyed me the most about the new trilogy is that they set up things within the story that they totally ignored afterwards. Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's because they had no clue of where they were going and where they were developing things at that time. Like, they were just when with writing, there's two different kinds of writing styles. Okay, there is the style of that I follow myself. I'm an outliner. You know, I like to make sure that I have an outline in place. I know where the plot's going. I know where the holes are, you know, and so on and so forth that I need to fill before I start actually doing full-on writing. You know, I have like the basic structure of the story available in my head so that I can then, you know, write it from there. And then there are people who are pantsers, that they literally write by the seats of their pants. You know, they just throw down onto the paper whatever ideas come to them regarding the story. And a lot of times they even write them the things out of place too. So like they might get an idea for something that's going to happen in a further chapter or in a part of the story that's further into the story and stuff. And so they'll write that scene and then they'll write like to that scene, so they'll write that scene and then they'll go back and write the rest of the story like to get them to that scene, if that makes sense. Neither style is right or wrong. You know what I mean? Neither style is right or wrong. They both have their place, and people are different, so they're going to, be able to write better depending on one or the other. So I'm not saying like outlining is better than pantsing, and I'm not saying pantsing has a betterness than outlining does. I write all my short stories by pantsing. I never outline my short stories. I just do it to my novels. So my point though is that like, it seems to me like the people who were doing the writing of the movies were doing a very bad job of pantsing, so they like had these ideas that they wanted to run with. So they'd write them down and then they'd try to like fill in the holes to go between. And it's like they had no editor that was there saying, look, there's a big glaring thing right here that you need to pay attention to because this is going to make no sense if people see this, like they just didn't have that backup there, or something. I don't know. First movie, Rey might be a Skywalker. Second movie, actually her parents are nameless random people. Third movie, oh wait, her parent is actually Darth Sidious, who created her artificially. Right. Exactly. It made no real sense to it whatsoever. There was no logic to it, as Spock would point out. And it's like, I don't see, again, why it would have been such an issue for them to make use of the stuff that was already existing. Great stories that were already existing that could have been amazing movies, that were right there in their hands, ready to go. And they didn't do it. They just said, nope, screw all that shit. We're done. We're going to do our own thing. I don't know. It was almost like it was almost like it was a pissing contest, and it just makes no sense as to why it would have been there, Hey, Craft Me Out, how you doing? How you guys doing tonight? We're having a conversation about like remakes and reboots and bad versions and or good versions of them while we're doing some artwork here. Jolina's up there in the corner doing her best to make a on the fly, no pattern Cthulhu figure out of crochet. And
I'm like halfway done with it too.
You are already. Yeah. I figured you'd get pretty far tonight. I did. And then I'm over here just kind of like doing this piece of art here as best as I can. But at the same time, I've been gabbing with people quite a bit about movies and shows and stuff. So I've kind of neglected it for the past hour. But either way, welcome on in. And I hope that you've had a really good night. How did your stream end up going? I wasn't able to catch the end of it. So how did things end up going tonight for you guys? Yeah, so it's like it breaks my heart knowing that there were these different amazing things that they could have done with these IPs, both Star Trek and Star Wars, that they just kind of, said, "No, we're not gonna deal with either of those. We're just gonna like do our own thing and say heck with it to the rest of the things that were there before." And for people that are like me that really enjoyed the stuff that was there before, it's really, I don't know, leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, I guess, is part of it. And so, trying to enjoy the movies, like when I first saw the second JJ verse Star Trek movie, which one was that? Was that Beyond? No, Beyond was the third one. Or was that Into Darkness? I think Into Darkness. Anyways, whichever one they redid with Khan, basically. I walked out of the movie theater with this like confused sense of, oh my God, what the heck just happened? Because I I could almost predict like moment to moment to moment what was going to be happening with the movie, because it was just practically a remake of The Wrath of Khan, you know, just told in a different faces and stuff, you know, but it's the same story basically, you know, and it's like there were so many other things imaginatively that they could have done with that whole movie that wouldn't have to touch on the whole Khan situation and still be a really great movie, you know. So why go back to this other, you know, thing that was already beloved by people, you know? Just put some work into 3 tumblers. That's cool. That's cool. I love the work that you guys do with your tumblers. They're really awesome. For those of you guys that have not gone over and followed Craft Me Out, they do really good work. My shoutouts aren't working as well as they should be, so I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'll try it. See if that comes through or not. It does.
Weirdness. You didn't have to do that.
Thank you.
Oh, look. I made this really.
So I did a short clip there for you, but they do such great work. They are an amazing couple that is a lot of fun to hang out with. And yeah, I can imagine they are. Jolene loves doing like the crochet stuff because she just doesn't know from moment to moment what's going to end up happening with it. So I love what she does though. She does really great work with it. My Stream Deck is really ticking me off here. It's not doing the commands as it should, but okay. Well, anyways. So for those of you guys that haven't gone over and checked them out, please do. They're very worthwhile hanging out with. So yeah, I don't know. I guess there are some remakes that I have enjoyed. You know, Battlestar Galactica, that was one that I definitely enjoyed watching. It really contributed a lot to the whole zeitgeist of the storyline. And I think that they did an excellent job of it for what they had available at that time. I know that a lot of people were confused and a little upset with the idea of, you know, Starbuck becoming a woman instead of a man and stuff. And I was like, okay, well, I'll give it a chance and see what happens. I was kind of one of those original outcriers. I'm like, no, this makes no sense. But then when I started watching it and I realized what they had done with that character, I'm like, okay, that was awesome. That was really great. Like I think that the way that they did it was absolutely amazing. So yeah. But there are things that are sacrosanct that shouldn't be, you know, the remakes and stuff like that just shouldn't be. So I'm a little nervous about trying to watch the remake of The Stand, because like I said, I'm a big fan of that one. The original miniseries that they made on ABC. Like, I loved that thing. I have probably seen that oh gosh, at least 12 or 13 times at this point. Like I love what they did with it, you know. And I used to work at an answering service, and so during the night I worked third shift, and so during the night I would be able to just, you know, watch whatever I wanted to or do whatever I wanted to do. So I actually had that video, that movie series on VHS. So we had a VHS player there in the facility, and I would pop it in and rewatch it here and there, you know, just to enjoy it, because I really liked what they did with it. It was a lot of fun. So might try going to bed soon. Got an early appointment. Going to find out tomorrow whether or not my wife can start putting weight on her ankle. They got fractured. I'll tell you, ankle injuries are some of the worst. Like it's weird how much like dependence we have on our ankles, and yet how much just one little injury to it can like ruin it for life. It's crazy. My left one, I can put weight on it, but then there are days where like I'll just go to take a step and like suddenly I'm down on the ground because, okay, my ankle just gave out on me out of nowhere all of a sudden, you know. It's just, it's it's a really it's horrible. But yeah, good luck with that, Doc. And I hope that she is okay. I do hope that she can put some weight on it soon, because that is
definitely
not fun.
best wishes for her.
That is not a fun situation. Jolene had knee surgery some years ago, and she had a lot of trouble trying to get recovered from that too. Want to talk about your knee surgery experience there?
I mean, sure.
Go for it.
When I was, I should have had knee braces on when I was younger, but because I also had the heart issues that I did, my mom decided not to. She thought it would be a little too much for me, so I never did. So when I was starting about 12, I started getting really bad knee pain. I mean, it was to the point that I was crying. It hurt so bad. And basically, the tendons underneath my kneecap are misaligned, is what it is. And so we had seen a specialist, and he said I could either do physical therapy for the rest of my life, or I could do surgery, which at that point in time I had already had 2 heart surgeries. So it's like, what's another? Or I had 3 heart surgeries and I had my appendix removed. So it's like, well, what's another surgery? So I had the surgery done. And then while recovering, at one point, me and my mom were at a family get together thing. And my aunt thought that something was wrong with my knee because it looked red. She put her hand on it. It felt warm. So she was like, I think she might have an infection going on in her knee. So went to the ER. Oh, the worst needle I have ever dealt with in my life. They stuck it in, tried to see if they could, pull anything out. Nothing happened. I got admitted. And then before you know it, I'm having another surgery, all to find out it was just water. But yeah. So then as I'm healing from that, I find out that I can't bend my knee farther than where I had previously. I got locked. So I ended up having to do physical therapy in the end after all. So
crap me out. You guys have a good night, have a good rest, and enjoy putting the kids to bed.
Yeah,
enjoy your freedom for the momentary time that they're asleep. Thank you for being here, though. I appreciate it. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I mean, that was pretty much it of my story. I don't have much to tell with it. If people want to hear, I don't know, it's a weird one, but I can tell the story about my appendix, and not the appendix itself, but the joys of how I woke up from that surgery.
Why, sure.
So I was 9. I was in the 4th grade. And one day I wake up, it's a school day, and I woke up in the same position I had fallen asleep in. And I knew something was up just by that, because I roll around a lot in my sleep. You can ask Ira. I roll around a lot. So the fact that I woke up exactly the same way that I had fallen asleep, and I could tell I did, I knew something was up. And so as soon as I tried to roll over to get out of bed, the most intense stomach pain I have ever dealt with. It wasn't really stomach pain. It was way down in the hips area. Oh my goodness. It was so painful. My mom came and she could kind of tell something was up, and I'm having really bad stomach pain going on, but it was there. And so she's like, okay, we'll see if you can get to the kitchen. So I get up, and just putting weight on my leg is just causing immense pain. And I go hobbling down the hallway with her carrying me. And yeah, it was very painful. It was very painful. I was just crying. It hurt so bad. And so we she takes me to my family doctor, and he's like, no, she needs to go to the ER. Her appendix might be bursting. So I get rushed to the ER. My appendix is not bursting. They don't really know what's going on, but all the tests are showing that it is the appendix. But because I also have the heart issues, they have to take things slow, but also kind of rush in case it is. So, anyways, long story short, I eventually get the surgery done. And so as I had already just mentioned, when I sleep, I roll around a lot. So I'm sleeping. They put me to sleep for the surgery. How do I wake up from this surgery? By trying to roll over. Yeah. That is how I woke up from the surgery. Rolling over, or attempting to roll over, on my side. Oh my goodness. Worse. It was even worse than the pain that brought me in to begin with. They eventually give me the button, and they're like, okay, every time you push this button, you'll get a dose of pain medicine. And I'm just sitting there. I'm just, oh my gosh, I was in so much pain. Yeah. It was horrible. So I love how we were talking about movies, and then you throw me in the mix and you're like, you want to talk about your knee surgery? I know it's because of Dr. Napkins, but still, I find it ironic.
Indeed. But I needed a moment.
You're fine. If you want...
Needed to catch breath.
If you want, I can show off what I have of my Cthulhu guy so far.
Yeah. Bring you up to a bigger picture.
Okay.
There you go. You're muted.
Sorry. So here's the bed. Here's the head with the body on the neck and everything. I haven't stuffed him yet. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to stick with it this way, but I'm using a magic circle and I'm creating the tentacles now. So I'm doing a tentacle mouth. I figure I'll do it in the magic circle and then attach it to the mouth. It might work. I don't know. It might be easier to just do them singular. Like, it might look better. I don't know. So I'm going to do this and then see what it looks like. And if I don't like it, then I'll just redo it all. So
that's the easy thing to do, yeah.
Right. So, because I want to finish the face first before I stitch the rest of them up. Before I stuff him, I want to put both the tentacles and the eyes on him first, before I do anything else. So
I'm getting a little hungry here, so I'm gonna take a little bite here.
You can do that. I munched while you guys were all talking about the movies earlier, so it works. I have not seen very many shows to be able to see the remakes of the shows. Star Wars and Star Trek is pretty much it for me. I don't think I've ever seen... If so, it'd be with you, honey. Have I seen any original shows and then turned around and seen a remake show? I really don't.
Not really, because I'm not too into them.
Right, and I haven't watched the Disney stuff because, I have watched a few and it's just all disappointing, so I just haven't done any more. They need to just stop. So... And then my favorite Star Trek is Picard. I like the direction they're going with that one. +2, 7 and 9. I love 7 and 9, and she's got a cooler story going on.
Yeah.
So it's not the I'm a doll and I'm smart kind of thing, now she's, years afterwards and has a cause and is obviously by herself with it for the most part. So yeah. So how's everyone else doing who's still here? If anyone is still here. I'm shipping. Don't wanna be.
I do apologize for eating here, guys. It's just my sugar was getting a little low, so I needed to get a little something to me.
And I'm sorry I keep not muting. You have me doing very fine work right now, so. Very fine detailing.
I have you doing it, huh?
You have me doing it, yep. And I have like 8 more tentacles after this to do. Or 7 more, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do 8.
I'm munching on trail mix right now.
That works. I had one of my Slim Jim thingies earlier. Also did not do Beano, so let's see if it bothers my stomach.
So what do you think of the picture so far?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Make you big, and then what's your... Yeah, I mean, that's looking pretty good. Looking pretty thin in the arms, but of course I know you haven't even touched the arms yet, but... yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good, my love. It really is. It truly, truly is.
That should be good enough Munchables for now.
Yeah, a little better. I mean, I love you.
Right.
Elliot is snoring on a bed behind me. I can just hear him honking away in his sleep.
He's so adorable.
So adorable. And sleepy.
He's so cute.
Let's see here. I don't know. I don't know if it'll work. I don't know. Maybe I need to make a second one to tell for sure if this is going to work as far as making a mouth goes. The tentacle-y mouth.
Tentacle goodness.
Mm-hmm. what is your favorite of the Star Trek movies? If you mentioned it, I've zoned out, but
No, I haven't mentioned it. I really liked Insurrection. Star Trek Insurrection. That's the one where they go to a different planet that has like people that are ageless-ish. They live like really, really long periods of time. It's the one where Data's like talking about his breasts. And have you noticed that your breasts are getting firmer? That one. I don't know if you remember that part of it.
no, but that's a funny line to try to read by me.
I forget if anything that would remind you. If I remember right, that's the same one that he did the Life Forms song with, too. Life forms. The little life forms.
I thought that was an episode.
Yeah. That was one of the movies.
Data. The sensors can't penetrate the planet's ionosphere. There's too much interference. Can you find a way to scan for life forms?
I would be happy to, sir. I just love scanning for life forms. Life forms. You tiny little life forms. You precious little life forms. Where are you?
Funnily enough, that Lifeform song, I just played the Lifeform song there for the people. But funnily enough, that Lifeform song that he just did there, he did that all improv and they ended up keeping it in the movie. So I thought that was pretty cool. Brent Spiner's pretty awesome. He's a cool dude.
And an even cooler actor.
Yep. I love the video that he and LeVar Burton made where they're fighting against each other.
I was literally just about to mention that.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. That was really great. I loved it.
And the two of them are like best of friends, you know, in real life.
I'm sure I told you that LeVar just might be the next person to host Jeopardy.
I was just going to ask everybody, what do you guys think about the new this argument where people are trying to get LeVar to be the new host? So they did choose a different host. They went with somebody else, and now come to find out that the person that they have chosen as the replacement for Alex Trebek actually has like a really bad past as far as like very controversial, stupid statements, you know, racist and sexist and all this kind of stuff, right? So now everybody's trying to get LeVar back again. They're trying to push for it again. There's like a petition with over 350,000 signatures on it right now to do LeVar. Yeah.
I mean, if the networks would think about it, it would be a smart move to do.
It really would.
Not just because he definitely qualifies for it, you know. I mean, he's a very smart guy. His voice is very soothing, and he's articulate and blah blah blah. But also just going with the whole idea of the people who grew up with him doing Reading Rainbow, and then also just the people who also saw him in Star Trek can now be combined and watch this together.
Right. Yep.
And so, I mean, it would be a good idea. Granted, I don't know who all the other people are that they're competing against, but I know who he is, so I know who he is more intimately from one thing, and you know him more intimately from another thing, and we both know him from our things
Right.
around the same same time frame. You know, he was doing both at the same time, so.
Exactly. Yeah, if they had any brains at all, they would do it.
Some bull said, as much as these networks like repackaging and selling us our own nostalgia, LeVar Burton would be a slam dunk. It would. It definitely
Really,
would.
honestly, like, and like I said, I mean, he's a very personable guy, you know, like very personable guy. Everybody knows LeVar Burton, like in some kind of way or another, you know. I don't care who you are aware, even if you don't know his name, you are still aware of who he is, right? If you were to see him, he's like, oh, that guy, yeah, you know. And so I mean, he's a very personable guy. He's very friendly. He's very, you know, well known, and he's not got any kind of controversies in his past. Like, so why the hell would you choose somebody that is like the antithesis of everything regarding that for this show that you want to have be this beloved show, you know? I mean, everybody really loved Alex Trebek, you know? The one person who would make the best replacement for him would be LeVar, you know? It really would. I don't know. What do you guys think about the fact that they're doing the whole, the rebooty kind of a thing with Mian Bialik being the host of it? Like, they've got that going on now, too. You know who I mean with that, right?
Yeah, from Big Bang.
Yeah.
You know her from Blossom.
Yep, love that show.
But what's the remake you're saying she's in?
Well, they're redoing Jeopardy as well, like with an alternative version of Jeopardy with her as the host.
So we're gonna have 2 Jeopardies?
Apparently.
Oh, I am so out of touch with mainstream. Okay, I did not know that. I was happy I knew about the LeVar thing. Huh. Okay. I did not know there's enough people out there who liked Jeopardy enough to warrant having 2 Jeopardy things. Like, is it also called Jeopardy? Do you know much else about it?
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
Okay. That's okay. I was just like, what? Sounds silly. We're not in the game show era anymore. I mean, yes, people still like to watch game shows, but it's not like as big as it once was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong with that, but to me, they're not as big as they once were.
Okay, so it's not an alternative version. Apparently, she's been like hosting it on alternative days, kind of things, is what it is. It's like they had this Mike Richards guy doing it, and then they have her as like a couple of days a week too. But now people are trying to get her to step down too. But I'm not sure why. I'm confused. What is wrong with Mian Bialik? She's an awesome person. I gotta read up on this. Give me a second. Oh, it's because she's made controversial vaccination statements in the past. Okay, whatever, people. She's a nice gal. Nothing wrong with her at all. The whole cancel culture thing kind of drives me nuts. I mean, sometimes it's necessary, but sometimes it goes a little bit too far.
Is there ever any game show that you were interested in watching, my love? Or any of you who are listening?
There was one, shoot, what was it called? Put me on the spot. Now I can't remember it. Well, okay, I liked the original Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. I really loved that one. That one was a hoot.
I did too. I would not have thought you'd say that.
And then back in the day, they had Press Your Luck, the original Press Your Luck kind of a thing. That one was fun sometimes. And then one that I don't know if this would necessarily be considered a game show, but one thing that's like that I watched the heck out of too is Iron Chef. That one was fun.
I think I'm gonna just do these tentacles different than what I have been doing. Oh gosh, as I drop my crochet hook. So, my favorite all-time game showy thing. I wasn't even going to mention this one because it was not what I was kind of considering when I was asking you the question, but you went there, so I'll go there. Is Guts was the Nickelodeon like sports show thing that they'd had.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I loved watching that. And then What Would You Do? Another
Oh yeah, that one was a fun one too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had a classmate who actually was on that show. And then, like, actual game show, like I was meaning, would be, if it makes sense to anyone, Wheel of Fortune.
Gee, you liking a word game of some kind? No way.
Right, yeah. I remember watching the old ones with my grandparents, like where she physically had to turn the things and the letters get revealed. Yeah. Not this fancy schmancy, she gets to push it and it, changes. She hasn't needed her job for a long time now, but Vanaway.
Yeah.
Don't worry, people. I do know what her name is.
I remember when her book came out and it was all the rage. I'm old, okay?
Okay, I'm going to have a fruit break. I'm going to eat an orange real fast.
No, you're not allowed. What did the poor orange do to you?
Look delicious.
Harumph, I say. So for those of you guys just tuning in for the first time, welcome. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now, Blind Dad is trying to do a little bit of art, and up there in the other corner there is Jolene, and she's doing a little bit of art of her own in the form of doing crochet work. I'm just getting started with this piece right here, trying to see what I can get to work out, trying to lay out some of the facial shapes and that kind of thing. Kind of just doing some practice work with faces just to see if I can get a little bit better with them and stuff. So I am blind, so I'm trying to kind of relearn some techniques from before, from what I did before the blindness became what it is at this point in time. I'm just kind of like trying to redo some things from there. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. So I'm like just getting things started with this one in particular. I was working on one and then Kind of my eyes were getting a little tired of staring at it, so I'll try something different. It's the little things one has to do sometimes. How goes your fruiting?
Good.
So what's everybody up to right now? What you guys doing? What's up? Talk to us. Talk away. You can do it. Don't be shy. We don't bite very much, or at least very frequently. Ain't that right, baby?
What am I agreeing to?
That we don't bite very much.
We don't bite much. Rawr. Rawr to you all. Rawr.
Okay, need to let my hand rest for a second here. Rest, Ira, rest. So I think what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to play one of my stories. Because why not? I think it'd be cute.
Sounds like a good idea.
While you're doing your little Cthulhu there. So, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see. Which one should I do? The walk? Connection? Or... Let's see. Okay, so the walk, connection, or to hell?
To hell, why not?
To hell. All right, so here you guys go. This is one of the stories that I wrote a while back, did the audio dramatization of, and yeah, it's called To Hell. Let's see what you guys think.
To Hell by Ira Robinson. I don't know how long I've been standing here or what brought me to this place, but I'm grateful for it nonetheless. I'm grateful because I can see him as he eats dinner.
all alone in this small cafe. Even this far across the street with the dregs of the city and a dirty window pane between, I can still recognize him. How can I not? He's the one who killed me. My cover had been blown. I knew it as sure as I knew the gun in my hand was loaded and ready to go. I'd been foolish and careless. That's the best way to get yourself in trouble when you're undercover. I knew where my target was, I knew his name, and I knew his face, and I was ready to go through the kitchen into the living room of the house to complete what I had been assigned months before to do. They all had gotten to know me as a low-rent drug pusher. I was good at making that little trick of the trade work in my favor. It was one of the reasons I was given the assignment to begin with. I was dressed in the usual scumbag clothes they had become accustomed to seeing me in, and when the guard, my target had always had on staff, saw me, he waved me on with a smile. When I saw the smile drain from his face, I knew something had gone terribly wrong. It's such a rookie mistake, one that never should have happened, but I'd been distracted by that pretty new officer assigned to the front desk. You know how it is. The right smile in the right moment can lead you to your doom. The guard was looking at my waist, and when I looked down as well, I knew there was no going back. There was my ID hanging out of my pocket. Stupid regulations requiring all officers to have their ID showing at all times when in the precinct. Combined with my foolish moment at the desk, well, that led to the guard shouting a warning that a cop was in the house. Hell broke loose with all its fire coming down on my head, and I knew I was done. The thugs got me to the ground pretty quickly, but I think I did enough damage to at least one of them to make the day a memorable one. The butt of the gun put my lights out before I could even say a word. The room I woke in was cold and dark. I realized pretty quick it was the walk-in freezer the cooks used to store everything in before making the meals for the small army the boss had around him most of the time. That man, Donardo, was there in the room with me, staring embers into my eyes, but my head ached a little too much to really care. I was seated in a small chair with my arms tied behind my back, and my lower extremities were strapped to the legs of it. The man was sitting before me with my ID loosely hanging from his hands. He kept making it sway as he held it. I couldn't help but stare at it. The taste of blood was heavy on my tongue, and I could tell at least one of my teeth had been cracked to bits by the gun that slammed into my face. The pain of it was just as strong as the ache in my head. "You disappoint me," he said finally. His voice was loud in the enclosed space. "I do not like to be disappointed." "Me either," I said. "Why don't we just call it even?" It was hard to speak, but I knew I was damned either way. Donardo stood, the chair creaking as his weight was taken off of it. He was not an obese man, but his large frame was still a little more than the small wood frame of that chair could handle. He stepped to the door and motioned to someone outside. I could see one of his lieutenants handing him something before Donardo returned to stand before me. The rope hanging from his hand was thin, but it looked strong enough. "I guess I'll see you in hell, Donardo." I spat at him with everything I could muster up, watching the glob of spittle and blood wash over his nice suit and tie. It was more rewarding than I thought it would be. I was still laughing when the rope went around my neck. "You'll get there first," was the last thing I heard before the lights went out again. So, now here I stand. Is stand the right word for it? I mean, I don't really have legs anymore, at least as far as I can tell, but it's a close enough approximation. I don't know how I got here, and I don't know for sure what I'm really am anymore, but I'm sure of one thing. I will make him pay any way I can. I might even be able to laugh in his face again one last time as I drag him to hell. So there you guys go. Just a little short story. Short. I like how that one came out, though. It's a fun one. It's one of those stories that kind of hit me out of nowhere, and I liked how it felt. I liked how it felt. I'm gonna do the walk next. This one is a little bit different, but I think that you guys will like it.
The Walk by Ira Robinson. Though he had been walking along the highway for most of the night, John's feet were not tired. In fact, he felt very little of anything. He really could not remember when he started to walk, but he thought it must have been quite some time ago. He did not recognize anything around him. The stretch of highway was much like any other, with deep trees lining each side and the familiar yellow lines down the center. A bright moon gave the road a slight glow near his feet, but otherwise did little to bring details of where he was into focus. When did he start walking? He wondered about it for a little while as he put one foot in front of the other, but no answer came to his consciousness. He received a similar answer when he probed for where he was or what he had been doing since he started to walk. Was it something at the party? He remembered going to it, but it seemed ages ago. Had perhaps something been slipped into a drink and left him bereft of reason or memory? He had no answer for that either. He did remember meeting the girl, though. There was no way he could forget her. She was a special creature, one of those rare once-in-a-lifetime girls. When John saw her, he was struck instantly by her eyes. The party had been going strong for a long evening, with dozens of people surrounding him. He was a wallflower for most of it, though. John was never one for big crowds, but he felt that he had to go when his friend Peter pressed him into it. "Come out with me, bro," he said earlier in the day. It's been ages, and you need to get out with people for once. Well, John knew that he was right. It had been months since he had gone anywhere aside from an endless cycle of school, work, home, all to get up the next day and start all over again. It had been that way since he had to break things off with Julia. That relationship had been a dead-end one from the start, but he knew he ended up in it because he didn't want to be alone. Sometimes in life he knew you had to make bad choices in order to keep from being alone. It ended spectacularly, of course, as he knew it would from the start, but the fire he felt while being with her was worth the risk. Still, when it was done, he simply could not bring himself to get out and start things again. It had been a time of rest, he supposed, needed to recover from it all. He still felt as though he should sequester himself away, to keep himself socially locked behind a door and leave the world to its own devices. Sure, he knew it was really no good for him to do it, and would probably do more harm than good, but it still felt like the right thing to do. Then that dang Peter came along and pushed him to get out. John knew he was right, knew he needed to get out of the rut that he was in, but he still felt a little resentful of him for doing it. That is, until he saw the girl. Her eyes were the most striking part of her, and what John noticed first. They almost glowed in the dim light of the club, and although he was still some distance away from her, he could not help but be caught up in them. John seemed to be caught in it for a long time, just staring at her before he realized that she, too, was looking back at him. She gave him a small smile, which encouraged him to move forward, to press his feet one after the other across the floor and within just a few feet of her. "I couldn't help but come over here," he said, by way of introduction, and when her smile grew bigger, he knew he was in. A scrabble of stones shifting under his feet distracted his thoughts, and he wondered again how long he had been walking. He was in the same clothes he put on before going to the party, but beyond that he could not discern how long his feet were following the trail they were on. He saw a light ahead, though it wasn't bright. It was a glow on the road in the distance, and it seemed to be around a bend ahead. No traffic had passed by him, at least none that he could remember, and the night, although it was deep, was not cold, despite the fact that it was early fall. He pushed himself to step faster, wondering what the glow was. As he wandered around the bend, he saw the glow was from a large set of lights attached to a truck. The lamps shone towards the trees along the side of the road that he was walking on, igniting the forest there with a white luminosity that John was surprised to find did not hurt his eyes, even though he had been walking in the darkness for what could have been hours. As he got closer, he saw the truck was a fire engine, but he saw no one around. Everything was quiet and calm, not even a breeze stirring the leaves of the trees around him. The lights on the truck were only from the spotlights along the side of the machine, while the flashing siren lights, normally flashing in their strobing beacons whenever a road stop occurred, those were dead. John grew curious as to what was going on, so as he reached the side of the truck, he touched it. It felt cool under his hand, but not cold. The engine was quiet, switched off while the engine sat on the edge of the road. He walked to the front of the truck and he touched the hood just above the engine. It felt warm, though not dramatically so. The last time it ran must have been some time ago. The warmth of it brought a flash of memory to his mind as John felt the touch of the girl's hand on his own. He walked her towards the dance floor, feeling embarrassed and knowing it was probably a mistake to let her see his gangling, jilting dance, but she was smiling and seemed well pleased to be there with him. The music had been a soft, up-tempo kind of song, meant to dance to, but was not something he was normally into. Still, it made him happy and surprised that she didn't run away from him and was instead seeming to enjoy herself as much as he was. When they left the floor, he remembered sitting at the table with her, and as the waitress came over to take their drink orders, he smiled at the girl, and he knew the waitress was going to get a great tip if things kept going as well as they were. John stepped towards the edge of the road, looking into the tree line ahead. There were no figures moving, nothing to indicate anyone had stepped away from the truck and wandered that way. But why would that be? Why would the fireman just leave the truck sitting there for no reason? No tracks were in the grass that he could see, but much of the ground was shadowed by the bright light above, shining towards the forest. John bent forward nonetheless to try to see. He was surprised to find, though he remembered having a good amount to drink, he was not dizzied from bending over, and thought it must have been a while since his last one. Maybe the long walk that he had taken pushed the booze from his system. His curiosity was getting the best of him, and he took a few steps towards the woods, wondering where everyone was or what was going on. A few steps into the grass, John found himself starting to feel a little afraid. The situation was strange, and the darkness was deep, and it all had a surreal quality to it that disturbed him more than he wanted to admit to himself. He had no idea where he was or what happened to him that night. Where was the girl? The last he could remember of her, they were drinking together and having a nice conversation about her family and his, comparing notes on the Christmases past and how their families were a lot alike. After that, nothing. He didn't know where his car was, or where Peter was, or where his feet had even led him. No movement was in the woods as he stepped closer. No sound of animals or birds cooing in the night. No people from the fire engine walking around or doing whatever it was they were doing in this desolate place this late at night. Nothing to suggest there was anything in the world aside from himself and his long walk. The light from the truck extended into the trees some, and he was able to see the brambles as they grew thicker. There was, however, a small trail of some kind, allowing him to pass through without catching his jeans or his shirt on him. While he appreciated it, it did seem strange to John. Was it some kind of path made for utility workers or something? Was there a set of power lines or a transformer somewhere in these woods? Well, whatever the case, it was wide enough for a car to pass through, so he knew that he would have no trouble navigating it as long as it held out. It was not a road, though, more just a section of the forest that had been mowed through, maybe by some type of machinery. He was able to get about 500 paces into the thick woods before he was stopped by the outline of something ahead. The light from the road was far enough behind that it shed no light in this place, but when he looked back, John could just make out where it would be. A white aural glow made it apparent. Whatever was ahead of him was low to the ground, slightly reflecting the moonlight from above as it broke through in bits from the overhanging branches. John's nervousness grew when he saw it, though he was not sure why. Maybe it was the anticipation of something different. He took a few more steps and the object became slightly clearer. In the moonlight, he could now see that it was a car of some kind, parked at an odd angle to the path. His fear and nervousness grew exponentially when he saw that it was a Sable, the same type of car that he drove himself. It looked like it had been there for a long time, though. Weeds grew around it, pushing their way up the sides of the car and into the windows. Long streamers of ivy wrapped around the back of it, trying to break their way through the metal exterior and into whatever lay within. A few branches from the tree the front end looked to be resting against had broken away and landed on the hood, leaving themselves there as a testimony to the impact that had happened. John could see in the dim glow a crack in the back window and saw the crumple of a front end where it had impacted the large tree. A subtle hint of shapes inside made him walk around the side of the car to the driver's window, and where the moonlight streamed inside, he could see a figure in the seat. Another one was beyond that one in the passenger side of the car. His horror at what he was seeing hit him
Attention
beyond
all
measure.
personnel.
He wanted to
Good
do nothing
news,
more than to run back
reinforcements
to the
have
light.
arrived. As the trunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
What the frick-a-frack? Let me move. Move it! Go away! Go away! Shit.
Yes.
Well, hey, beauty. Welcome on in, Raiders. How you guys doing? Step on in. There's punch on the left. There's pie on the right. The waitress needs her tip because she's been on her feet all day. But either way, have a seat. Welcome to my little pit stop on the internet superhighway. I hope that you guys are having a good night. Beauty, how'd your stream go? That was a short one. What'd you do? What'd you break? Hey, Lilith, you're here too. Awesome. It's good to have you guys here. I was just playing one of my stories. I've been starting on this little piece right here, just kind of messing around with it a little bit. My eyes got a little bit tired of staring at the other one, so I decided, okay, I'm going to start a different one and just kind of run with it and see what ends up happening. And I don't know, so far so good. I need to make the hand a little bit bigger, I know, but yeah, it's not too shabby so far, I think. But anyways, yeah. So how'd things go? Do tell. We've been having some fun talking about all kinds of stuff. We were talking about remakes. We were talking about movies. We were talking about shows. We were having just a great old time. Just in our 4 hours, getting tired and saw you were live, so giving you the love. Well, I appreciate it, beauty. I always do. You are an amazing heart, an amazing soul, and I am so grateful that I was able to run across you and become a part of your zeitgeist. So... You dragged Beauty into Apex. How did Apex go for you guys? And I'm going to let Jolene talk here for a moment. I'm going to make her screen a little bit bigger. You guys can see the things that she has done so far, but I need to take a quick bio break because I've been sitting here for like 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. I need to stand up for a minute. So give me a moment. I'll send you over to her and leave you in her tender mercies.
So hello, everyone. I am the real to your heart, also known as Jolene. I'm Blind Dad's wife. I have been crocheting a Cthulhu doll. This is what he looks like so far. The head, of course. Just the base body and everything. I am currently attempting to make one of the tentacles for the mouth. Yeah, so I'm making a cute Cthulhu. It's not going to be... It's going to be cute. I don't know how I'm going to make him cute exactly, but... I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just winging it. I'm just making him as I go, so... I haven't filled him up at all or anything yet, but... I got all this and then this much of a tentacle done, and the time that we've been streaming, which is about 4 hours now, so... I am attempting. This is like my third attempt at making a tentacle. I know of like a few different ways I could make a tentacle. I'm just trying to figure out which one I want to do. So, which one is going to be the easiest since I have to do 8 of them? Which one's not going to upset me? But anyways, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. So how is everybody doing today? I hope everyone's doing good. We've talked about a lot of stuff this evening. We talked about movies and shows, and I was, just as you guys were coming in, playing one of his audio stories, which if you guys want to hear more, I'm sure he will happily play them. Hello has returned. Hello, hello. Kind of. He's returned, but not
Love is
most.
trying to return.
Right? Yeah. You're having issues returning, apparently.
Got my foot wrapped up in the cable a little bit on my tablet.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Don't want to do that now.
Definitely no. Let me get myself scooted back into position here real quick. Assume the position. There we go. Okay. I'll get everybody back to normal here. So far, so cute. I think it's turning out really well so far. Okay, so after months, I have picked Apex up again. That is cool. That is cool. I've seen people playing Apex. It looks like it's really enjoyable, but definitely not for me. I will avoid playing it and just enjoy the joys of other people messing around with it. It's definitely not for me. Oh, awesome. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad people are using it against you. Rightfully so. Vengeance is mine, saith the Ira. OBS is a well-programmed program that never fails. Right, exactly. It is never OBS's fault. It is always the user, right? Right? Yeah, indeed. That's why my Streamlabs thing has been completely screwed up tonight and does not want to interact with my slobs at all. My Stream Deck is like, nope, that thing doesn't exist. Pain in my butt, I tells ya. Pain in my butt. But that's okay. I don't need it. I really don't need it. I need it. So yeah, I've been working on this piece now for about, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that, just kind of doing a little different something to see what I can get to come out. And I need to mess with this hand because this hand is driving me crazy. It's a little small comparatively. So I need to take care of that situation. So what I'm going to do, that was the wrong button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of the merged layers and paste them down as one layer so that I can then select the hand here and I can modify it directly. So I'll have to mess with that staff some too, but just kind of need to twist things around a little bit, I think. That might be a little bit better. Let's see. Yeah, I think that'll be a little bit better. Just kind of give it a little bit more of a better perspective on things. That'll do. I can build it up from there then. And I'll have to repair that staff thing that they're carrying too. But I kind of got inspired a little bit. I'm going to see what I can do with it, but I got inspired a little bit by the Alice story because Beauty was playing Alice, the American McGee's Alice game a couple of days ago, and I've been thinking about that game a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I can make a little Alice-y.
That is such a cool game.
It is badass as hell. It is such a cool game. Love it.
I hate to admit I've never beat it, but it is so cool.
Yeah, you played it quite a bit. Back in the day.
Back when it was newer and you could still buy it in the store.
Right, yep, exactly. That's how long ago it was. I think what I'm going to need to do is actually move the whole stick. probably easier overall just to do it that way. Yep. There we go. Good enough, and I can work it out from there. So, all right. Anyways, so I'm just kind of like laying out figure right now, just trying to get a good handle on what I want to do and where I want to take it from here. But I think it's turning out kind of nifty so far. I like how the face is turning out at this point in time. A little bit better than I liked the other face that I was working on there. Okay, I gotta scooch a little bit. I'm in the wrong position. There we go. That's a little bit better, I think. All right, let's see what we can do with the eyes here.
All right, my love. I am redeeming an inspiration as heck moment.
You are you? Okay. Okay, so let me get repositioned here a little bit then. This dang... I really need to get a new microphone arm, guys. Seriously. Okay. Let's see. Sometimes in life, one of the most difficult things for us is to be in a mind of forgiveness. And one of the lessons that I've had to learn over the years is the idea that forgiveness is never about the other person. It's about us. It's about ourselves. We carry with us traumas and difficulties because we berate ourselves for not stopping what happened to us, or for not being more proactive in protecting ourselves, and so on. And that is that is a great difficulty that can cause us to keep harming ourselves, keep victimizing ourselves, keep making things worse and worse for ourselves. So I want you to start, and believe me, it's a long process, but I want you to start coming to terms with the idea that the first person that you need to forgive is yourself. Go easy on yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a break so that you can start progressing forward out of the traumas that you've been through and into more of a person who has control over the stuff that you've been through, as opposed to being a victim of what you've been through. And believe me, I know that that's hard work. It is something that I'm still working on today. There are still days where I'll wake up and things are still very difficult, you know? And then there are days where I'll wake up and things are a little better. So practice forgiveness in the fact that the first thing that you need to forgive is yourself. Okay, my friends? So And if nobody has ever told you this before, I'm going to tell you right now. Are you ready? Are you listening? Listen close. I love you. And I know that sounds strange to have some weird old guy on the internet tell you that he loves you, but it's true. If you're being a decent human being and you're doing all that you can do to make the world around you a better place, I love you. Okay? Okay. So, there you go. Hope that you take that little bit of inspiration and move forward with your life. And I hope that it is helpful in some kind of way. Sound good? Thank you, Amanda. I hope it is helpful. It's taken me a long time to get to that point, you know, really has. And like I said, there are still days I'll wake up and things are still very, very hard. But there are still some days where I have to keep forgiving myself, you know? But we'll all get there, my friends. We will. We'll all get there. The point is to keep trying.
That was great. Love you, and Jolene as well.
Thank you, Beauty. I love that little talking hand. That thing is so awesome. I have a lot of fun with that. So I'm digging how this is coming out so far. I am. I'm digging how this is coming out so far.
And I apologize for being so quiet, but love you all as well.
Jolene is in concentration mode at the moment. I know this eye looks a little strange at the moment, but bear with me. I'm trying to get it to form up a little bit here. So Cthulhu is not an easy creature to make. No. And the question is Cthulhu, is she making Cthulhu, or is Cthulhu actually using her to embody his creation? I think that is a question we can all ask ourselves when we do art. And the answer may be disturbing. They do. They do indeed. Looks pretty cool, actually. Have you ever seen it in like real life or just pictures?
And then Amanda redeemed a bad dad joke.
Bad dad joke, huh? All right, give me just a second. I have one for you right off the top of my head, though. I'm very worried about the calendar. Keeps running out of dates. It's very So where do boats go when they're sick? Do you know?
No.
To a dock. Wah, ha, ha, ha. Also in Salem is the huge bronze Baphomet statue. They have pictures of that one. Yeah, I've seen that one quite a few times. It's really cool. It's really cool. Was that good enough, Manda? I think it's bad enough, right? It was horrific.
Blah 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 blah.
Dear Hurt with the ukulele. And now I'm at points. I'm lucky. Yeah. You can't scare me. You can't scare me. I say taunting beauty.
I'm redeeming a random trivia moment.
Okay, just a second.
Seconds up.
So since you're doing a cephalopod, a female octopus, if it is not in the mood for a mating session and a male approaches her and tries to force himself upon her, she will actually allow it to happen. However, in the midst of the process, she will actually tighten up things and break his penis off and have it become a part of herself, and then she will turn around and eat him. So, yeah. A little bit of octopi trivia for you.
That's also why there's some species of octopus that they can literally torpedo their penises off of them at the female so that they don't die.
Yep, exactly. Penis rocket.
Male praying mantises need to get in on that.
Yeah. Yeah. You love octopi even more. Pretty darn cool.
have a tentacle ring and octopus earrings. Oh, okay. So you like octopus to begin with?
That is cool.
And my third attempt at this tentacle has like completely failed.
Aw.
Like it works, it's just way too wide for the project I'm working on. So I need to just suck it up, Buttercup, and just do the other version. It was a pain in the butt. I'm like, can I do an easier version? So I did this. It was easier, but it's not going to work size-wise.
That's okay. You tried, and that's all that counts.
He says, I had to take oceanography in high school, and I did a 15-page report that was a part of my 200-page report we had to submit at the end of the year. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. So do you know any other octopus facts that we didn't mention?
Me or her?
Her.
Thank you, dear. I did that one in the perfect timing. I did the rip in perfect timing. That could not have been better. We did not plan that out.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger, indeed. That was scary as hell. Here I am just concentrating, having fun, and then what happens? Yeah. Y'all are mean. Y'all are mean. Big,
oh, wow.
Big meanies.
So Beauty says, mind you, the end of the year only needed 30 pages. I did my own art research, and I was out for almost 2 weeks with mono. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Go you. I mean. Almost 60 days getting all my lessons through email made my days boring, I bet.
Yeah, that would.
This knife has a straight edge on it, so it's very easy. Maybe in our world here, there lives a happy little mountain.
I don't know how much she'll let me, but I will attempt to show off an Eva for you all.
I'm trying to make it bigger for you here. There you go. We'll see if she'll make an appearance. Oh, there she is. There's a little Eva baby.
She's wanting to leave, but I figured I'll hold her for a minute. See all the lights? Are you comfy? I feel like you're not, but at the same time you are.
She's our little lover.
Now she's done.
Now she's done. Right, exactly. She's very offended, yeah. And now you get kitty butt. There she goes.
And now she's like, maybe I don't want to leave after all. Although she's kind of staring down Elliot.
They might fight. She'll take her offense out on Elliot. That's what it is. She's like, nope, I don't want to have nothing to do with you people. I have had enough.
So I'm going to be done with my crochet project for the evening because I am just failing at doing the tentacles. Plus, I should be going to bed soon, so I'm going to do my bullet journal. Don't mind me.
You do whatever you need to do there, darling.
So I just realized this is the second Sunday in a row that we've had hamburgers.
It's one advantage of doing a bullet journal, right?
We're consistent about having hamburgers. We've had hamburgers every weekend for 3 weeks now.
The song's a little weird, but it's kind of cool at the same time. Okay, I need to do this in normal mode. There we go. That's a little better. Now I can do it in color touch. Here we go.
Does anyone else in the chat do bullet journaling?
Not me. But I think you were aware of that.
You don't, but what?
But I think you were already aware of that. I don't do bullet journaling.
I'm sorry, my love. I didn't have my headphones on and I'm having a deaf moment. Can you say that?
Darling. I said I don't do bullet journaling, but I think that you are already aware of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I am well aware that you don't. I am well aware. I am well aware that my blind husband is not doing a bullet journal. Amanda says no. Not too many people seem to do it. I got into it 4 years ago. I'm thinking this is my 4th year now doing it. I am pretty sure.
Something like that, yeah.
I've done it at least 2 years, for sure. And I'm positive that last year was my 3rd year. So I'm thinking this is my 4th year doing it. So,
something like that, yeah.
Something like that. So if you can't tell, I do enjoy it. So if anyone ever has any questions about bullet journaling, I will happily answer. Even though it's really you do what you want to do kind of thing. I track what we eat. I track what we spend. I track how much I drink in a day. I don't track my weight. I ought to, since I am on the diuretics and blah 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 blah. But I track how much sleep I get.
Should, yeah.
Exercise, yeah, I know. I should probably just go ahead and make a box for that. Yeah, how much everyone has in their allowances yet, so on and so forth.
Yeah, she gives me an allowance. I'm the adult here.
I mean, I give myself an allowance, and mine's even smaller than yours, so none ya.
Doesn't count. Do any of you wives give your husbands allowances? It's just not right, man.
I mean, I've seen I Love Lucy. She had.
I've been emasculated.
Haha, I'm in danger.
So why are you in danger, Holly?
My headphones need to charge, but I want to do art, and it requires me to stop charging my headphones. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, what do you think about the eye? Let's see what you think. It's all gooses, huh?
Can you zoom in a little bit? Looks a little... I need it zoomed in for me to tell for sure.
Is that better? Is that zoomed in enough?
Oh, the pixels. It's looking okay. It's
Sure,
looking
Ellie.
pretty good. I'm getting used to it.
You're getting used to it. Okay, wait.
I'll go in to see the sprites I worked on. Like it's I need to see a better, like you zoomed in and then you zoomed, like, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Pupil needs moved. You zoomed in and then you zoomed like way out, so. Yeah, she like supposed to be looking up at the ceiling because that's kind of what.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
My intent.
Also looks very tired.
That too, yes. Okay.
You know what it is, Manda? He's making his eye. That's kind of what it looks more like. It looks
Yeah,
more like
I mean,
his
see, this
eye.
is what I'm talking about, guys. Yes,
Oh.
exactly. Exactly. That's part of the problem, you know? It's like I know I have issues with faces. That's what I'm trying to practice here, you know? So I appreciate you guys telling me, because to me it looks okay, you know, to me it looks right, but I don't see faces how you guys do. You know what I mean? Those look really good, Ali. Those look really cool. I love them. So are you meaning the whole iris and pupil, or are you just meaning specifically the black spot pupil? That's what I'm trying to make sure of. Okay.
Lead is over here chewing at his scratcher. Is that a tasty scratcher? And now he's sniffing Eva's foot. And now he's biting his scratcher again. Are you teething?
Probably.
Oh, now the kitties are playing. Elliot apparently is like, I don't want to play. He turned around and now he's going to chew on the other end of his scratcher. Amanda says, already looking better. Less bottle lid.
Yeah. What I was trying to do with that though was not lid, but I was trying to make it like the wetness there at the bottom of the lid. If that makes sense.
Well, welcome back, Lillian. We're still going.
Hi, Lillian.
I have stopped my crocheting for the evening, but I can show you what I got done.
Yeah, give me just a second.
That's okay. I was getting my bag since I packed it away for the evening. I got the head and the body done, and then I made 3 failed attempts at the tentacles. So I was like, I'll just end it for today, and then I'll go to bed, and so I'm getting ready for bed, and then I will try it again tomorrow. So. Alright, so I can show off the dude.
Hold on.
The Cthulhu.
Hold on.
I'm waiting. Ready when you are. Did you mess up and restart a few times? It's time to let the brain relax. Yeah. Yep. Up. I felt the same too. Because it's like, I know of different ways I could achieve the tentacly goodness, but the first one, to me, didn't look like it would be good. I attempted to do the second version, and I was like, this is going to take a while. I'm going to try a different version. So I tried my third version, and it worked, but it was way too wide of a tentacle. So I was like, okay, I guess I got to go back to the other one.
There you go.
The second one. Okay, so here's the dude. He hasn't been filled or anything yet. Pronounce it like a Greek name. Tentacoles, yep. So, yep. So, he's got kind of like a pronounced face here, and I'll put the tentacles, and then it depending on if I have pink yarn. I don't even know if I have pink yarn. I might give him like some blush. Yeah. And then that's all I've got so far. Once I get the eyes and the tentacle mouth attached, I'll stuff him, and I'll probably finish the body off, and then I'll do the arms and legs and wings and attach it from there. But
it's looking really cool.
Yep. I mean, I did the whole body in like.
And once it's stuffed, you'll be able to see it a lot better too. But
right, yeah, because like this head, it looks a little squished in the back, but I know once it's filled, it'll be more poofed, So makes sense. I look forward to seeing how he look. Yep, I know. I'm looking forward to him too. So I don't know what all I'll do. Like, it's like come up with a bunch of little ideas that I could do to him, but I don't know what all I'm going to do to him. So we'll see. So, and then
while you talk, I'll take a
Ollie
bite
says
here.
they have pink yarn I can use. It's a bit thick though. I mean, that'd be fine. This is kind of think. I don't know. I'm not to that part yet, so that's okay. I'll get back at you when that time comes. So, and so now I'm just doing my bullet journal, getting myself ready for bed. So how was your buddy? See, I'm tired. See, how was your buddy's podcast?
Oh, Amanda, ow.
Hope you're okay. I hope you're okay, Amanda. What was the podcast about, Lily? That sounds very interesting.
I've heard of that one.
I'd leave our show to listen to that too, yeah.
I've heard of that one. Sorry for chewing on the screen here, guys. I just need to... My sugar levels are getting a little low again. No, I mean, I've heard the name before. I think, does he have it on Spotify? Because I think I've run across it on Spotify, and if it's not that one, then it's one that's similar to it. Ah, okay, gotcha. Regardless, that's awesome.
You, so Lillian's wondering how long you've been working on this drawing for.
I mean, probably about a half hour off and on. Like, we've been doing a lot of talking and stuff, so probably about a half hour worth of work. Like, if I was to count it straight up. Mostly got tired of working with the other one, so I just figured I'd go ahead and start another one and see how it does.
All right, my love. If you want to turn my camera off and such, feel free to, because I am ready to head and stuff. Because I am done and I need to go to bed.
Nope. Bad Jolene. Bad Jolene.
I'm not. I'm a responsible adult. Right? I know.
Is that the words for it?
That's the word I'm giving it.
Is that how it is? Mm-hmm.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Sleep good. Have a good evening. Have a good day tomorrow. Lillian, I hope you have some sort of strange miracle that comes through for you for tomorrow,
Yes,
but I'm
me too.
assuming it's not going to happen, but you never know. You never know. But yeah. It's dead. Yeah, I know. So sorry. So sorry. That was just a sucky situation.
It's like wrong on every freaking level. It really is.
Yeah. And good night, Amanda. Hope you and the boys and your hubby are having a good evening, good sleeps. Love you all. Love everybody. And I'll see you probably tomorrow.
Oh, we'll be back. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think I'll go ahead and take off here too. We've been on for about 5 hours now, and my voice is getting a little bit tired and stuff, and my eyes are getting a little bit tired. So I do think I'll go ahead and abandon you guys as well. However, let me go ahead and start a raid with people. The person that I've got here is Nardachi Does Streams, and right now they're doing some artwork and it's looking pretty cool. So why don't we go ahead and check out them and see how that goes. But I will say I will be back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and yeah, I hope that you guys, well, have enjoyed yourselves, have enjoyed the content, have enjoyed the stream, have enjoyed all of the things. But in the meantime, keep safe out there. Have fun. Thank you so much as always for being here. And we'll talk to you again later.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk.